Je crois. Alors attendez. Non, parce que c'est OBS qui m'a fait une petite blague. Je veux capturer Forgotten City, voilà, merci. Ok, ça a l'air d'être bon. Juste remettre la chatbox par-dessus. Voilà. Ok, ça a l'air de marcher. Alors, est-ce que j'ai du son? Ça a l'air. Aidez-nous à éviter les spoilers. Chers créateurs et créatrices de contenu, comme vous allez le constater, ce jeu a un scénario très riche qui présente de nombreux retournements de situation. Veuillez prévenir de votre audience de la présence de spoilers avant de partager du contenu situé après le couloir blanc, afin que les joueurs puissent découvrir l'intrigue par eux-mêmes s'ils le souhaitent. D'accord. Pas besoin de F5, bah tant mieux, parfait. Ok. Je sais pas c'est quoi le couloir blanc, mais ok, soit. Je sais pas si ça se joue à la manette ou... Je sais pas, on va voir. Peut-être que ça se joue à la manette. On voit ma souris, ouais, c'est bon. Est-ce que le son a l'air ok? Parce que le son du jeu a pas l'air trop fort, je sais pas. Moi je suis un peu loin de... Je suis un peu loin de ma souris, donc... De ma souris. Je suis un peu loin de mon micro. Alors attendez, je vais juste... Ah, ça a coupé tout. Tac, tac, je me remets. Zip zap zoup. Soup zip zoup, la petite guimauve évidemment. Alors, paramètres. Je sais pas, est-ce qu'il y a des paramètres vraiment à... ok. Langue français. Bah, on va laisser tout ça au cas où. Vous me direz s'il y a des trucs qu'il faut changer. Bien. Ma touche échappe a des problèmes du coup. C'est un first person, donc clavier souris c'est pas mal, mais je l'ai fait sur Steam Deck, c'était impec. Ok, bah je vais essayer clavier souris, et puis si ça m'emmerde, je sortirai la manette. Mais oui, effectivement, comme tu dis, vu que c'est un pointer-cliquer, a priori, quand on peut cliquer, c'est mieux. Ok, bah vas-y, on va lancer. Je connais rien du jeu, hein, que ce soit bien clair. Voilà. Ce jeu a été développé par une équipe principale composée de 3 personnes, et ce sur 4 années. Ah ouais. Ah, il y a plusieurs fins possibles, et on doit résoudre un mystère, ok. Faudra dominer l'art de la... Non mais ça va trop vite, j'ai pas eu le temps de lire là, wesh, wesh. Oh la tête.
You're alive. When I dragged you out of the river, I thought you were never gonna wake up. I checked your pockets for ID, a phone, maybe. I hope you don't mind. But all I found was some loose change. So, wanna tell me who you are?
Oh là, je crée mon perso. Attendez, je vais faire un tweet. Ça fait longtemps que j'ai pas tweeté mes streams. Tweet. Alors, comment on fait un tweet déjà? Salut. Tweet merdique, attention. Salut, je découvre The Forgotten. The Forgotten, mais il veut absolument m'écrire The Forgotten, c'est terrible ça. The Forgotten City en live sur Twitch. Ça se fait encore les tweets de live. Ok, nice. Hop, je mets le même sur le ciel bleu. La tante Cindy. Non mais je sais pas pourquoi mon... Salut, j'avoue j'aurais dû mettre salut. Mais mon correcteur automatique, il me met toujours forgottante au lieu de mettre forgotten. Je sais pas, c'est pas un mot forgottante pourtant. C'est pas un vrai mot quoi. Je sais pas, des fois faut pas chercher à comprendre. Un petit... comment on appelle ça surtout sur Blue Sky? Poster. Voilà, je crois que c'est mon premier post sur Blue Sky. Incroyable. Hop, ça c'est bon. Tac, tac, tac. Tchac, tchac, tchac. Yop la boum. Et zoup, zip, zoup. Voilà. Bon, c'est bon, on peut jouer. La tante Cindy oublie. La pauvre. Ok, alors sélectionnez votre corpulence. Ça veut dire femme ou homme en fait. Et ben, fou. Ouais, femme. Vas-y, go. Votre carnation. Putain, c'est marrant, on va changer couleur. Wouhou. Moi, je suis... en train de regarder ses mains, tu sais. Est-ce qu'il faut que ce soit vraiment moi ou je fais ce que je veux? Ouais, on va mettre ça. Votre nom. Qui est Naïs? C'est moi.
Well, it's nice to meet you. And I'm sorry to pry, but any idea why you were floating down the river?
Alors, aucune.
What's the last thing you remember?
Eh bien, la dernière chose dont je me souviens... Écoute, je viens de finir une run sur, sur Ori Rando. Je cherchais des ruines antiques, j'étais en mission secrète, je fuyais la justice, je ne me souviens quasiment de rien. Alors, quoi? Ah, et ça me met en... Oh là là, et du coup j'ai un profil différent? Les années étudiées l'histoire vous donnent occasionnellement des perspectives sur le monde antique. Okay. Ah, ça me donne des aides en fait pour le jeu, je suppose. Vous avez une arme à feu militaire, mais seulement 10 balles. Ok. Grâce au temps passé à fuir les autorités, vous êtes rapide et allez 25% plus vite lorsque vous courez. Votre récent traumatisme crânien à la douleur. Mais il y a des combats dans ce jeu? Mais non mais attendez, calmez-vous les mecs. Moi j'étais pas du tout parti pour un jeu avec des combats. Wow! Salut la miche! Bienvenue! Et il y a des pigeons qui dansent. C'est bien parce qu'il y a genre une demi-heure, j'étais en train de trash talk les pigeons, c'est parfait. Salut Triso et salut Kylian Jojo. Bienvenue, bienvenue. Prenez place. Mais attends, mais l'ami, je t'ai pas lancé ton stream il y a pas longtemps? Attendez, moi je pensais que t'étais parti jusqu'à 23h là. Salut Gabi, c'est le cas de le dire. Salut Gabi. Putain, incroyable. Je lis le pseudo et ça te dit bonjour en même temps. C'est pas fou ça. Salut Gabi du coup. J'ai oublié, j'avais un truc de prévu. Ah merde. Ça marche, bah vas-y, file. Ah, écoute, au plaisir de te recroiser sur internet. Et merci bien pour le raid. Bon, alors, moi je suis au tout début du jeu, là. Voilà, vraiment le premier dialogue. Ciao. Alors, premier dialogue. Alors par contre, je suis désolée, il y a des bling sauf que... sauf que je suis une grosse quiche en OBS. Je ne sais pas ce qui a fait bling. Voilà. Donc je suis désolée d'avance. pour la personne qui a fait un truc. Je ne sais pas ce que vous avez fait. Et ça a juste fait bling. Et je suis même pas sûre que vous l'avez entendu. L'avez-vous entendu? Je suis même pas sûre. Je ne sais pas. Mais ça fait bling. En tout cas, chez moi, ça fait bling. Donc merci. Je ne sais pas pourquoi, mais merci. Ah putain, même vous l'entendez pas. Ah, ça c'est chiant, attends, parce que si vous n'entendez même pas le bling, ça n'a aucun intérêt. Attendez, bougez pas. Ah oui, parce que ça doit passer sur le son du bureau, et le son du bureau, il est pété. Oui. Propriété. Ça doit être ça. Par contre, comment ça se fait que j'ai le bling audio, mais j'ai pas le bling visuel? Mais on entend la machine, ouais, je suis désolée. Elle est en train de sécher, là, c'est sa phase d'essorage, donc du coup, ça fait boucan. Et j'ai pas de porte, je peux pas fermer, je suis vraiment très navrée. Attendez, Attendez, mais comment... Mais normalement, si ça fait bling, c'est qu'il s'est passé un truc. Donc je dois avoir quelque chose qui a détecté qu'il s'était passé un truc. Je sais pas. Je suis désolée. Je sais pas. Bon, bah, désolée. Merci, et je verrai à la fin du stream. Ok, donc on vient de commencer le jeu, et en fait pour l'instant je sais même pas qui je suis, et il faut que je choisisse, et d'après ce que je comprends, alors tout ce qu'on nous a dit c'est que le jeu avait plusieurs fins, donc voilà, il y a sûrement, en fonction des profils, je vais sûrement avoir des trucs différents à faire. Ça marche, Triso. Bah écoute, bonne après-midi. Amuse-toi bien. Et donc là, en fait, j'étais en train de demander dans le chat si il y a des combats dans le jeu, parce que je vois qu'il y a des trucs qui me disent seuil de tolérance à la douleur, je sais pas quoi. Alors que moi, je pensais que c'était un jeu d'énigmes, vous savez. J'ai adoré notre conversation. Oui, mais tu remarqueras qu'en stream, j'ai tendance à les avoir plus à l'oral, mes conversations. Et comme ça, les autres gens sont au courant aussi que j'ai des conversations avec eux. Mais plaisir. Donc ouais, donc du coup, je sais pas. Je pense que je vais prendre ça, mais franchement, je sais pas ce que ça change, donc...
Oh, you're an archaeologist? Then you'll definitely want to hear this. I don't know if it's exactly what
Je
you're
pense que
looking
vous avez le
for,
son en
but
double, là, du coup, non?
there are some ruins just behind. Roman, I think. I need you to go in there and see if you can find a guy named Alfred. He went in there a few hours ago, and he hasn't come out. I've been freaking out, wondering if he's trapped.
Oui, alors je sais pourquoi. Vous avez le son en double parce que je ne sais pas comment changer ça. Parce qu'en fait, j'ai le son de l'appli et le son du bureau. Bon, j'espère que ça va être mieux comme ça, mais... Voilà. Merde, elle a continué son dialogue pendant que j'étais pas là. Ouais, il n'y avait plus de son, ouais, j'étais sortie de l'onglet. Mais par contre, en fait, j'ai pas lu le dialogue. Donc je sais pas ce qu'elle a dit, mais bon, apparemment, il y a une autre personne qu'il faut que je retrouve, c'est ça? Je peux d'abord vous poser quelques questions. Allons-y. Elle m'a dit de retrouver un mec qui s'appelle Alok. Quelle est votre histoire? Qui est Al? Où sommes-nous? Vous pouvez... Oh là là, oh là là. Bon, allez, vas-y. Elle est bloquée là tant qu'il n'est pas revenu. Ok.
Oh, there's not much to tell.
Et déjà, tu t'appelles comment?
Like I've spent my whole life in a dead-end job with an endless commute. Know what I mean? Oh, I'd rather not say if it's all the same to you.
Ah bon? C'est pas du tout louche, ça, dis donc.
All right, fine. Sorry if I sounded cagey. It's just that I don't always get the best reactions when I introduce myself. My name's Karen.
Ouais, ok. Je comprends mieux.
Yeah, something like that. But right now, I have bigger problems, like finding Al. He's the guy who washed up on the riverbank not long before you did. I thought maybe you two knew each other. I guess not. But maybe the two of you can piece together what you're doing here. In any case, you'll like him, I'm sure. Once you find him, that is. You really don't remember? We're in Italy. This river is the Tiber.
En Italie, ok. Allons-y.
Not much, really. But imagine what you might find in there. Priceless ancient artifacts. Al... What am I, an idiot? You could hike a long, long way in any direction and never find another soul.
Et du coup, mais qu'est-ce que tu fous là alors? Moi, c'est ça que je me demande. Si vraiment on est... qu'est-ce que tu foutais là?
Great. So you're ready to go look for Al?
Chercher les artefacts précieux, mais je...
My hero. The entrance is just past those columns behind you. Oh, and he left this here. But I think you'll need it more than I do.
En tout cas, les dialogues ont l'air sympathiques. On verra si vraiment... RS, c'est quoi RS? Ah oui, mais je suis au... Voilà. Ok, il n'y a pas d'inscription particulière dessus. Pas l'air. Eh, c'est Pinocchio. Pardon. Non, j'ai pas honte. J'ai pas honte. Pas du tout. Je vois pas de quoi vous voulez parler. Alors. Ah, c'est du QWERTY. Alors. C'est quoi déjà le Alt Shift, je crois? Nope. Je peux pas changer les touches. On est en 2024 et il y a des jeux qui sortent où on peut pas changer les touches. Vraiment? Ah, je me disais bien aussi. Voilà. C'est bon, ça a appliqué d'office? Ouais, ça a l'air. Ok. Karen. Dis-moi, Karen. On peut sauter? On peut sauter. Ok.
Back already? What's up?
Ah,
Thanks
d'accord,
again. And please, hurry.
Mais t'es qui en fait? Moi je suis d'accord que. Enfin, vous êtes d'accord que c'est quand même louche quoi. Qu'est-ce qu'elle faisait là toute seule? À faire griller une escalope de dinde, poulet, poisson, je sais pas trop. Utiliser roulette. Oh. C'est un jeu qui fait peur. On voit mieux sans la lampe, c'est pas très normal, mais ok. Soit. Maintenez shift pour courir. Est-ce que je peux sauter dans l'eau? Non. Je suis très déçue. Là, il y a un gros mob dégueulasse qui sort. On dirait un paysage de Dark Souls 3. Parce que c'est tout gris et morne. Et sans vie et sans couleur. Comme ça, je peux pas aller là-bas.
If you're reading this, it means I've discovered the entrance to an ancient Roman city, hidden deep underground. Its existence is long forgotten, all knowledge of it lost, except in the Latin inscription here. It reads, "You who wish to enter the city, step forth and be judged. The virtuous shall be rewarded with eternal life in paradise. The wicked shall find themselves showered in gold, but in vain, for this shall be their final resting place." Could an underground city have remained a secret for all this time? The people have survived down there, against the odds. It seems there's only one way to find out. If I'm not back in an hour, I'm somewhere on the other side. Consider this an invitation. Or a warning. Alworth.
Est-ce que le son du jeu est assez fort? J'ai l'impression que c'est pas très fort, mais c'est peut-être que moi. Elle se faisait sa petite escalope avant de sauver le monde. Exactement, non, en fait, je pense que c'est un trait de... Merde. Il se passe un truc. C'est un trait de personne... Voilà. D'accord. Un trait caractéristique des gens qui vont sauver le monde un jour, c'est qu'ils mangent des escalopes de dinde. Donc si jamais vous aimez les escalopes de dinde, attendez-vous à tout moment à devoir sortir des gens d'une rivière. Voilà. C'est ça en fait le... Ah, mais je suis sous l'eau? Ah mais je suis sous l'eau. Mais je peux nager? Oh. Oh. Je suis tombée. Ah ouais, je suis... Ok. Tu me diras, c'est joli. Ah, on voit mieux quand on est sous l'eau. Ouais. C'est joli. Ça fait un peu peur. Mais... C'est les backrooms, le retour. Avec la grande piscine. Merde. Il y a un truc en dessous. Ah non, c'est juste moi qui... Okay. C'est pas très fort, mais on entend. Est-ce que je peux monter un peu, hein? Moi, il est quasiment au minimum, le truc, là. Piche-poche, voilà. Ça devrait être mieux, là. Ça va peut-être être trop fort par rapport à moi, vous me direz. Ok. C'est beau. C'est beau, ça brille. Par contre, Franchement, pour de l'eau qui est restée là pendant genre des millénaires, je la trouve vachement propre. Hein. Ils avaient un sacré bon filtre dans leur piscine. Bonjour. Je sais pas si je dois m'attendre à me faire sauter à la gueule par des monstres dégueux ou pas. Enfin, par un truc qui fait peur en tout cas. C'est un peu le problème quand on se renseigne pas sur un jeu avant d'y jouer, c'est que on sait pas trop à quoi s'attendre. Bonjour madame. Bonjour madame. Ouais, donc on dirait qu'elles regardent un truc toutes les deux. Mais ils ont des poses trop ouf, leur statut. What the fuck? Qui me parle? Bonjour. Ah mais attends, mais c'est Midas en fait. C'est des gens qui se sont fait transformer en or, non? C'est pas des statues en fait. C'est totalement ça. C'est absolument pas creepy. Pas du tout, je vois pas de quoi vous voulez parler. Par contre, ça veut dire que quelqu'un les a pris une fois qu'ils étaient transformés en or et les a posés sur des piédestals. Je sais pas trop comment je me sens par rapport à ça, mais... What? Moi, je rentre pas dans cette flotte, hein. C'est mort. Plutôt crevé. Une jeune romaine prenant une pose plaintive. Pourquoi il n'y a que celle-là que je peux inspecter? Terrifiant. Bonjour. Ça m'a fait flipper le feu. Un gladiateur romain marchant à grands pas. Bah, je sais pas, il y a eu un truc qui s'est passé visiblement. What the... J'ai peur. J'ai trop peur. Je suis sûre qu'il y a un truc qui va me sauter dessus et je vais hurler. Du coup, je tiens à vous présenter mes excuses d'avance. Je suis facilement effrayable. Donc si jamais il y a un truc qui se passe, je vais hurler, c'est sûr. Et ça va être pile dans vos oreilles. Du coup, voilà, je tiens à vous prévenir. Si jamais vous tenez à vos oreilles... Qui me parle en fait? Bouh. Ah non. Non. Mais en vrai, si... parce que là, en plus, c'est vraiment l'ambiance, c'est le truc d'horreur. S'il y a un truc qui sort, même si ça fait pas peur normalement, moi je vais hurler. Hein. Bonjour madame. Appuyez sur F5 pour sauvegarder rapidement. Pourquoi il faut que je sauvegarde? T'es en train de me dire que je vais mourir juste après, c'est ça? Commandant militaire romain qui essaie de fuir précipitamment quelque chose. Mais c'est tout à fait rassurant, ceci, dites-moi. Bonjour. Légionnaire romain terrifié. En fait, les commentaires sont presque plus flippants que les trucs en eux-mêmes. Bon, je suis désolée pour le bruit de ma machine à laver. Hein. Je sais que, vu comment je l'entends, vous devez l'entendre beaucoup aussi. Avec un peu d'espoir, c'est bientôt fini, mais... Je suis pas sûre. Mais c'est vachement grand. C'est Shulva. Putain, c'est Dark Souls 2. Incroyable. Bizarrement, ça va bien avec le jeu. Quoi, le bruit de machine à laver? Nice. Écoutez, c'est de la SMR involontaire. Est-ce que je peux tomber? Non, je peux pas. Et là, je peux tomber? Non, je peux pas non plus. Il semble prier pour recevoir une aide qui n'arriva jamais. Bah écoute, ok. Soit. On entend plus les bruits de manette que la machine. Les bruits de manette? Mais je joue pas à la manette. Bif, tu entends des voix, je crois. Vous entendez les bruits de clavier? Sérieusement? C'est fou, ça. Tablette de pierre gravée.
To whoever reads this, I'm sorry you had to find me like this. And worse, that you'll suffer the same fate I did. I've spent a lifetime in this place, going around and around in circles, searching for a way out. The inscription was right. There is no way back. And here there are only two options. Death, and that godforsaken doorway into the past. I made the mistake of stepping through it. I wanted to set things right. And I tried. I really tried. Whatever I did, it took me right back to the beginning. Don't make the same mistake. Better to end it all now. And find out what awaits you beyond that portal.
Ah mais c'est Al ça? Fuck. Mais pourquoi ça tourne? Mais... Allô? Je crois que ma souris est... Ah c'est ma manette qui fait ça tu penses? Ah ouais putain c'est le bouton de la manette qui fait ça. Ah, je peux pas la débrancher, les brancher à l'arrière du PC, c'est trop chiant. Attends mais du coup il s'est pendu et après il s'est fait transformer en or, ou alors il s'est pendu pendant qu'il se faisait transformer en or, ou alors il s'est fait transformer en or mais en or suffisamment mou pour être pendu. Tu vois tout aussi. Biff qui veut absolument avoir raison. Ok, non mais j'avoue je suis aussi à la manette. En fait j'ai 4 mains et du coup j'en ai une sur la manette, enfin 2 sur la manette et 2 sur clavier souris. Je fais tout en même temps. Optimisation, voilà. Bon, alors du coup on a trouvé Al. Pas en bon état mais on a trouvé Al. Tu joues avec tes pieds aussi, mais littéralement. What the... Non mais arrêtez là, j'ai peur. C'est moi qui ai fait tomber la statue ou elle est tombée toute seule? Oh, Philippe. Je suis en train de me chier dessus. Hein. Je suis en train vraiment de me chier dessus. Au secours. Je vais hurler, hein, c'est sûr. Mon pays, mais le volcan a acheté de l'or. Putain, j'avoue. Mais vas-y, mais ça fait trop peur là. Faut pas faire ça. Est-ce que j'ai vraiment envie de faire ça? Je peux me suicider ou pas? Non. Marie, quoi. Ouais, ça va. C'est bon. Ça fait peur, la dame. Pariez que c'est la meuf du début, en fait, c'est elle la méchante depuis le début. Je suis sûre que c'est ça, en fait. C'est la meuf du début, en fait, c'est une divinité maléfique. Merde, je sais pas. Le journal de quête. C'est un meuporg. Ok. Ça me saoule que la manette elle fasse de la merde là. Arrête de me faire appuyer sur des boutons s'il te plaît. Pourquoi est-ce que mon écran il devient de plus en plus sale?
Salve,
C'est normal
friend.
que je vois rien?
I'm Galerius. Mind telling me who you are and what you were doing in the Shrine of Proserpina?
Alors, je m'appelle Akenaïs, je viens du futur, direct. T'as appuyé sur un truc. Mais je sais pas sur quoi j'ai appuyé. J'ai appuyé sur rien, moi. Je sais rien. Ça y échappe. Mais là, je suis en plein dialogue, donc à mon avis... Bon, je vais finir le dialogue et puis après on verra. Je vais essayer les boutons de ma manette.
No
Merde.
idea what you're talking
Je voulais
about.
pas faire ça.
Oh, wait. Are you a bit, you know, not right in the
Bah,
head?
écoute, non, il n'y a aucun bouton qui fait
That's
quelque
all right,
chose.
friend. Everyone's welcome here.
Bon, on voit rien, c'est super.
We sort of lose track of the date down here, but it feels like the beginning of spring to me, so I'd say early March? It's 817 AUC. Sorry, you look confused. 817 years since the founding of Rome. Which part of the empire are you from exactly?
Cela ne m'aide pas, est-ce avant ou après Jésus-Christ? Alors... C'est vrai que je suis archéologue, donc normalement je dois pouvoir déduire. Parce que si je lui parle de Jésus-Christ, il va me dire quoi? Bien sûr, je le savais.
CE? No idea what you're talking about. But listen, most folks seem a bit confused when they get here, but you seem very lost, and in more ways than one. So let me make this nice and simple
Plus
for
ça va, et
you.
moins je vois sa tête.
Live by our law here, and we'll all get along just fine. Not laws, law. There's just one, the golden rule, and the punishment for breaking it's, well, it's kind of horrific. But our magistrate insists we take all newcomers to see him, so I guess I'll let him fill you in. So then, you coming? When I first arrived, I
Alors,
couldn't
attends.
believe there were people living down here. But as
Non,
you
mais
can
la
see,
manette
we've
là...
got a
Mais...
nice little community now.
Ah, c'est relou. Je sais pas dans quoi c'est. C'est genre un mode différent? C'est à cause de ça? Pas dans raccourci. Mode photo. Style visuel précédent. Ah, c'était le 10 pas de bas. Ok. Waouh. Waouh, tu peux faire tout le jeu comme ça? Quelle drôle d'idée. Moi je voudrais le mode normal en fait. Western. Ah, mais ils se sont tapés une barre. Mad Max. La Matrix. Mais qu'est-ce que... Las Vegas. Putain, ils sont... C'est des ouf les mecs. Il y en a genre 15. Infernal. Oh mon dieu. Enfin. Ah ouais, ah, c'est pas mal ça. En vrai c'est joli. Alors non. Ça va être un enfer. Attends mais ça c'est Borderlands. Par défaut, merci. On va arrêter d'appuyer sur des touches si ça vous dérange pas. Hein. Voilà. Alors, je peux sauvegarder. Enfin, il vaut mieux sauvegarder ou... Ouais, sauvegarder comme ça. Quelqu'un là-bas, au bout du fil. Il y a des ralentissements, je sais pas si c'est... Alors lui, il m'attend. Mais je vais peut-être... voilà, je peux peut-être enlever là. Après, il m'a dit qu'il voulait m'envoyer... m'emmener voir Michel, là. Michel. Mais voilà, j'irai après. Ah, bonjour. Fallait que je teste, hein, je suis désolée. C'était important pour... Voilà. Bon bah du coup on peut mourir dans le jeu, voilà. Maintenant on sait.
When I first arrived, I couldn't believe there were people living down here. But, as you can see, we've got a nice little community now.
Il est où le bibop là? Ok, attends j'arrive.
Only 23 of us at the moment, if you count the 3 who are missing. No idea how, since nobody knows a way out. But it's just big and dark enough to get lost in, if you're not careful.
Aren't you going to introduce me to your pretty new friend, Galerius?
Keep it in your loincloth, Aurelia. I'm taking her to see the magistrate.
That pompous old bore won't be magistrate for much longer. Anyone who helps vote him out today drinks at my bar for free tonight.
Ok, vas-y on fait ça. Je pourrais lui revenir, lui, ok, bon je parle après.
Politics. I'd stay clear of it and her if I were you.
C'est Aloy de
It's not my place to say.
Horizon.
Down on your right is our farm, where I grow all the food you'll ever want. As long as all you want is leek, cabbage, and wheat. Huh. That one usually gets a chuckle.
Personne inconnue n'a pas l'air disponible. Ah bon.
The bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone.
Ah, don't mind Livia. She means well. She's just been in a bad place since... Well, you know, I don't know what happened to her.
Ok. Nequit furantur, noli, nocere, noli, quoi. Tu ne voleras point, tu ne blesseras pas autrui, tu ne... Ok. T'as eu le temps de terminer. Bien. J'aime mieux quand on est dans le
Up here on your
jour,
right
c'est moins
is the
flippant.
chasm. If you've got a weapon, it belongs way down at the bottom. Up on your left is the forum, where you can visit the market or get yourself patched up in Lucretia's clinic in the Shrine of
Ça a l'air
Apollo.
immense.
Most of us have almost nothing, just what we had on us when we arrived, and what we've been able to make and scrounge up since. And this central plateau is where the magistrate and the other patricians live.
Mais attends, ça veut dire que
So,
il
don't
est arrivé
expect a
comme moi du
warm
futur, lui?
welcome.
Galerius, you're meant to be working the farm, not trudging dirt into the villas.
Take it easy, Horatius. I was just taking our new friend here to see the magistrate.
Well, he's asked me to escort the newcomer personally. The farm. Go. Now.
You'd better go with him. But just remember, they're not like you and me. Don't let them use you.
What was that? What did you just say?
I said it'll take some getting used to.
Yeah, I'm watching you, farm boy. Greetings, citizen. My name's Horatius. Magistrate Sentius asked me to escort you to him personally. Follow me, please.
Ok. Donc, cop. C'était quel sujet?
I expect the magistrate wants to brief you about the Golden Rule. It shouldn't take too long. He's busy preparing for the election later today. Follow me.
Ok. On va la jouer,
Stand
cool.
right now is the Golden Rule.
On va pas commencer tout de suite à
Let me
foutre
see
la
if I can
merde.
explain it this way. When I was serving in the Legion, if there was a mutiny brewing in one cohort, the legate in charge Wouldn't waste time finding the bad apples among hundreds. They just divided us into groups of 10. Made us draw straws. And whoever drew the short straw had to be executed by the other 9. Didn't matter whether he'd
Don't
done
mind
anything
me.
wrong.
I just live here.
One of us in 10 would die for the crimes of the collective. We call it decimation.
Ah ouais.
That seems like rough justice to you. You're in for a rude shock. Because the Golden Rule is exactly 10 times worse.
Ça a l'air
The
sympa.
magistrate can explain the rest. Who's up these stairs?
Ok.
Ugh, I wish Horatius would stop letting barbarians in here. What do you want?
T'es qui toi?
I'm Sentia, eldest daughter of the magistrate. But you'd know that if you'd been invited in here and introduced properly. What are you doing in here? And why are you dressed like that?
Ouais, c'est ça. 1 sur 10 meurt et l'autre loi est 10 fois pire. Donc en fait, il tue tout le monde d'un coup. Ça se passe comment?
Really? I'd never have noticed, what with your flawless accent, appropriate
Oh,
attire,
mais dis
and
donc, connasse,
impressive
tu vas te
mastery of
calmer
our
tout de suite en
customs.
fait.
Now, remind me, why are we having this
Est-ce que je
conversation?
peux lui foutre mon genou dans le nez ou pas?
Ugh, what is it with you people? You heard the rumor that my little sister escaped and figure I must know a way out too. Is that it? Well, that's just a
Ah mais c'est
stupid
la grande sœur de
rumor.
la meuf qui
We
qui nous a
have
sorti de
no
la
idea
rivière.
what happened to
Ok,
Sentinel.
ok.
I wish you mouth breathers would just leave me alone.
Je me disais qu'il y avait un air, de famille, mais c'est totalement ça en fait. Donc sa petite sœur, c'est la meuf qui m'a envoyé ici. Sale. Pardon.
I don't know. Can you? Can you tell me how a person could have disappeared from a city with no exits and no crime? Was she snatched away by the harpies?
Pourquoi vos noms se ressentent-ils à ce point?
Why? Because I'm on this couch and not pacing about the villa, wasting energy. I hope you're not insinuating I'm somehow pleased with her disappearance.
C'est le cas. Est-ce que je bluffe?
Oh, you're awful. Get out of my villa and never speak to me
Oupsie.
again.
Je suis pas très diplomate, j'ai l'impression.
Do I need to ask Horatius to escort you
Ah, je
out
peux
of
plus lui
here?
parler,
Get
merde.
out, you horrid barbarian.
Sorry. Bon, d'accord, ça va. Il est wonky leur escalier. Non mais ça c'est interdit, ça, regardez-moi ça. Y a rien qui est droit là-dedans. Ah là 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 là. Bonjour. Non. Bonjour. Joli carrelage. Bonjour. Je peux pas manger des trucs? Non, ok. Ok. Je me casse alors, j'ai compris. Bah enfin. Vous êtes à combien? Trop mille avec les One of your French Harpy, oui. Ok, bien. Bonjour.
We're finally alone. I assume you already know who I am. May I know your name?
C'était fait à la main par des esclaves pas consciencieux. Tout longtemps on savait faire un escalier. Bah ouais, c'est ça. Mais regarde l'escalier là. Je m'appelle Akanaïs. C'est marrant parce que mon pseudo il colle presque bien dans l'environnement, tu vois.
A curious name to match a curious accent. But I digress. I see you have the piercing and astute eyes of Athena. You must be a woman of great learning.
S'il y a un coup.
We're always happy to welcome another scholar to our little community. Equitia will be delighted to meet you, I'm sure. Now, you're probably wondering why I summoned you, and I'll get to that. But first, take a look at this wondrous place, would you? A secret city built deep in the mountains, many hundreds of years ago.
Je veux juste partir d'ici.
Indeed.
more importantly, consider the miraculous community we've built here over the last 7 months. 22 complete strangers brought together by the fates,
7 mois
living
seulement?
and working together in our own little paradise. And in all that time, not a single sin has been committed. No fights, no theft, nothing. Have you ever witnessed something so extraordinary as a city without sin? Nor could I until I came here. But the reason for this miracle is as simple as it is terrifying. If even one person commits a sin here, every last one of us will die.
Oui, c'est bien ce qu'on avait
You
dit.
see, the builders of this place, whoever they were, left inscriptions warning, "The many shall suffer for the sins of the one." From what we can gather, breaking the law here will anger the gods and provoke a terrible punishment. Like the curses of Medusa and Midas combined, turning us all to gold. We've come to call it the Golden Rule. It's extraordinary that we've survived as long as we have, and each day I grow more and more afraid that our time in the sun is almost up. And now it seems that day is finally here. All that matters is that somebody in this city is about to break the Golden Rule. Why else would Proserpina send you now? Unless you and I can stop them, our doom is assured. I know that's a lot to take in, and you look like you have questions. Please, ask away.
Attends. Moi, alors attends, parce que moi, effectivement, j'ai plein de questions. Mais le truc, c'est que en gros, il m'a dit ça fait 7 mois qu'ils sont là. Mais la question que je me pose, c'est ça fait 7 mois qu'ils sont là, dans le sens, ils sont tous arrivés de la même manière que moi il y a 7 mois. Il y en a qui m'a envoyé c'est Proserpine. Bah je sais pas, en fait Proserpine c'est le temple où je suis arrivée, c'est le temple de Proserpine. Mais la nana, on appelait ça la douche dorée, mais enfin bif. La nana qui m'a envoyé, elle m'a pas dit son nom, donc je sais pas. Et je soupçonne que c'est la petite sœur de la meuf de tout à l'heure. Mais par contre, ouais, attends, parce qu'il dit ça fait 7 mois qu'on est là. Et qu'en gros, c'est des gens qui se connaissaient pas. Genre, ils ont été réunis par le destin. Mais lui, c'est bien sa fille, la meuf. Enfin, en fait, je comprends pas c'est quoi cette histoire de 7 mois là. Ou alors, j'ai pas fait gaffe à la phrase et il y a une traduction bancale, je sais pas. Bon, alors, on va lui poser toutes les questions.
An intelligent question. There was a good deal of debate about that in our first weeks here. Does it refer to crimes or to some other ill-defined wrong? Of course, everyone agrees on the basics. No theft, no assault, and certainly no murder. But beyond that, it was more difficult to reach a consensus. What about lying, insulting someone?
Bah, les insultes, moi je suis mal barrée, j'ai insulté la moitié du cast là, tout à l'heure.
Infidelity, suicide. As magistrate, I had to exercise leadership, and so I made a decision. We must uphold the laws of the Empire to a standard never before seen. And we must honor the peace of the gods, the sacred accord between the gods and the people of Rome. It is only by offering the gods the proper respect that we may prosper, as Rome has for centuries.
Ok. Je sais pas si c'est une bonne idée. Légal ne rime pas toujours avec morale et nombre de vos lois et traditions sont considérées comme barbares d'où je viens. Ah ouais, j'avoue.
Barbaric? Barbaric? What are you talking about? The Empire is the most civilizing force in the known world. Rome is a beacon of light in the darkness. For 800 years she has borne great statesmen, philosophers, poets, artists and engineers. We have comprehensive laws protecting the rights of our citizens, which have unified countless warring tribes all across the Mediterranean and beyond, from Gallia to Judea. All our citizens are treated the same regardless of the color of their skin or their sexual preference. Can you say the same? When our people are starving, they are given food rations, and when they are wronged, they have the right to bring the guilty party before the magistrate. Our laws forbid treason, murder, assault, and rape, as well as theft and arson, and so on. No other civilization in the world is so advanced, and you have the hubris to call us barbaric?
Pardon. C'est genre... Oui, pardon, je suis désolé. Ouais, j'avoue un peu tout ça. Hein. Je sais pas si je demande pour les femmes ou pour les esclaves.
Of course. What else would we do with those prisoners of war who would otherwise have been executed? And besides, there are laws for their protection as well.
Ah ouais.
Of course. But with fewer rights come fewer
Ah bah
responsibilities.
évidemment.
And the right to be protected
Bah
by their
évidemment.
fathers and
Non mais
husbands.
tu comprends, elles ont moins de droits, mais c'est pour leur bien, les pauvres, sinon elles seraient surchargées de responsabilités. Il se fout de ma gueule, lui.
On occasion. But our gladiators are almost all volunteers seeking glory, or condemned prisoners who would have been executed anyway. I do not see the harm.
C'est le pire, en fait, il dit ouais, tout est trop bien, puis en fait... Au secours.
You mean the blasphemous cult responsible for burning down half of Rome last year? It's hard to blame the people for being angry about that.
C'est trop facile, ça, il tourne tout à sa manière.
Are you talking about our practice of decimation? Of course. We could hardly unite all these warring tribes without a disciplined, formidable legion. Well, right now, you're a long, long way from home. I have made my pronouncement on the subject. Unfortunately, there are still those here who resist, whispering blasphemous and treasonous lies in the shadows. I would be keeping a close eye on them if I were you. You see, in my search for a way to save my people, I learned of an ancient ritual to Proserpina, the goddess of the cycle of life and renewal. It's said to open a doorway in time, so that if the unthinkable happens, one person can pass through it and travel back to the past. And when I saw you arrive in a flash of light from the goddess's shrine, I knew that person was you. You don't belong in our time, do you? 2,000 years? That is unfathomable. Please, tell me, in your time, what
Alors.
did you see? What had become of us? Of this city?
Vous êtes tous morts. Bon, je m'en fous, je m'en
have
parle.
imagined it, our downfall 1,000 times, but it still breaks my heart to hear the truth of it. All I can tell you is that it's a ritual sacrifice to Proserpina. I stumbled across instructions.
Il a tué sa
I have to
fille.
recite a prayer, and of course, as with all rituals, some sacrifice is involved. Usually that means wine or food, or in some cases a live animal. In this case, the sacrifice is rather more costly. The life of the person performing the ritual. I don't suppose you saw any sign of me in the future? I assume that was me. If I'm forced to perform the ritual, it's going to cost me everything. You'll try to make sure I don't need to use it, won't you? Well, I suppose that's all I can ask for.
Eh ben, mon gars.
Well, I believe you're in the best position to go around asking people questions. You're new here, and it'll seem perfectly normal. As for me, well, it pains me to say my attempts to impose order have not earned me many friends. I fear I may not even remain magistrate after today's election. The people here would only treat my curiosity with suspicion. You shouldn't have that problem, though, unless, of course, you get off on the wrong foot.
Faut une meuf en jean avec des lunettes et une lampe torche. Vous ne venez pas de notre époque, si? Non, effectivement, bravo. Belle déduction. Non, mais c'est bien parce que du coup, ça explique pourquoi c'est pas lui qui fait l'enquête. Voilà. Alors.
Do you ever stare at a problem for so long that you can't see it for what it is anymore? What's needed here is a fresh pair of eyes. The less I prejudice the independence of your investigation, the better. Ah, so you know about that already. It's a devastating loss, of course, but that was over 3 weeks ago, and whatever happened to her, it didn't break the golden rule, so I don't think it's connected with our imminent demise. Still, if you happen to find her and return her to me, I would be eternally grateful. Well, all right. There are those who wish to vote me out of office so that they can pursue their own misguided political agenda. Frankly, their selfishness and recklessness risk destabilizing the entire city. I would be looking very carefully at them if I were you.
Il y en a plein des mystères en fait.
If I understand Proserpina's ritual correctly, that problem should take care of itself. Let me see if I can explain. If you manage to prevent the sin that breaks the golden rule, I won't need to bring you here. I won't create the portal, and you will never have been able to come here. Thus, you'll have created a paradox. If this occurs, you should be flung back to your own time, having changed the past for all of us. Make sense?
Ok. Bien sûr, pourquoi pas.
Ah, good. So, are you with me? Can I count on you to figure out who's about to break the golden rule? Wonderful. Now, I need you to investigate the city, talk to everyone, help them if it will win their trust. I authorize you to enter private homes and inspect possessions and documents, unless, of course, you're asked to leave. Figure out who the culprit is, and as soon as you have a name, come back and tell me immediately. Oh, and one last thing. If I were you, I'd start my investigation by visiting Lucretia at the Shrine of Apollo in the Forum. I heard wailing from there not long ago. Seems like something's not right.
Genre, j'ai entendu des hurlements récemment. Et non, ça te panique pas plus que ça, visiblement. Totalement chill, le mec. Ok. Eh bien, ok. D'accord. Oh, je peux monter sur le toit. Ouais. Je peux encore me le jeter du... Oui, on va éviter de mourir encore bêtement. Peut-être fallu penser à ça avant de monter sur le toit. Oui. Absolument. Je pense que je peux descendre par là. Attends, c'était où? Voilà. Ouch. Même pas mal.
Ugh, this place has become a thoroughfare.
Bonjour, tu me reparles ou pas?
Do I need to ask Horatius to escort you out of
J'aurais
here?
vraiment pas
Get
du mal à lui
out,
parler.
you horrid barbarian!
Tu veux plus me parler. Est-ce qu'on peut se soigner dans ce jeu ou... Ah non, ma vie remonte. J'ai l'impression que ma vie remonte.
are they?
Ah, mais tu t'es téléporté, Michel.
Ah, you've returned. Do you have any news about your
Alors non, je ne suis pas
investigation?
encore sortie de ta maison. Oupsie.
Sextus Sentius Imperiosus is my name, though magistrate is the proper way to address me. Before I wound up here, I was a decurion in the cavalry of Imperial Rome, helping protect civilization from the barbarians. It's a cavalry officer. I had 30 men under my command. This was my uniform. As magistrate, I usually wear a toga, but today I may need to survive long enough to create the portal for you, so it seemed prudent. My men and I were at the Emporium in Rome as honor guard for a visiting dignitary arriving upriver by barge. Now the port is usually bustling, but just as our guests arrived, waves of people began running toward the river from streets and alleyways in every direction. They were trying to escape a terrible fire. Unfortunately, the crowd sent my horse into a panic, and I remember it losing its footing by the water's edge. The next thing I knew, I was waking up on a riverbank not far from here in the company of some stranger. I went looking for my horse and discovered that lonely temple. You can probably figure out the rest.
Tout le monde n'arrive pas à la rivière en fait. Bah, ok. Ok.
I was elected 7 months ago, uncontested because of my command experience. Since then, there's been growing agitation for another election. They're supposed to be annual, but I agreed to hold it sooner, hoping it would placate my constituents. Unfortunately, it just seems to have emboldened certain elements instead. Very well. If I did, I'd have led these people out of here already. I've had plenty of time to think about it. Let me see if I can sum up my thoughts. I've always considered my guiding star to be the well-being of the Roman people. Our survival and prosperity have always hinged upon honoring the peace of the gods, the sacred accord between the gods and the people of Rome. Give the gods what they want and we all prosper. Dishonor them and we all die. It's as simple as that. The real enemy in this place is not the golden rule, but human failings. The temptation to slide into degeneracy, greed, and hubris. I trust that answers your question.
Putain, c'est vachement profond comme jeu.
Thank you. I'll be waiting here for news.
Bon, j'ai vu un mec passer, mais je sais pas où il est parti. Il a dit un truc que j'ai pas compris. Ah bah c'était lui.
Keep an eye out for Scintilla, would you? What now?
C'est qui toi?
I'm a legionary of the 1st Italica, but there's not a lot of fighting down here. So the magistrate has assigned me other duties. I act as the magistrate's right-hand man, keeping an eye on his daughters. Daughter, I should say. And the others, and making sure they're all behaving. I also keep a register of new arrivals. I'm from Liguria, up north originally. I was doing all right for myself. 12 years into my service. Had a nice girl lined up for when it was all over. Not anymore. She's probably figured I'm long gone and moved on by now. I try not to think about it. My commander sent me to deliver a message to Rome. While I was there, I thought I'd do something nice for my girl. And pick up a little pendant from a silversmith. That's when the crowd started flooding through the streets, shouting fire. People were screaming, trampling each other. Then some Genetricum fugitive tried to take advantage of the chaos and pinch my pendant. I remember chasing him through the crowds, down towards the river.
Genetricum fugitive.
Nothing. Blacked out and woke up near here. No idea how I ended up floating so far downriver. But I'm fortunate to be alive, I suppose. Ah, don't be. As Seneca the Younger said, difficulty strengthens the mind, as labor does the body. That said, Scintilla's disappearance has been more difficult than I'd care to admit. He's one of the better commanders I've ever had, that's for sure. Good stoic. Lives by Seneca's words. Treat your inferior as you would wish your superior to treat you. Can't ask for much more than that. I went around asking the same questions when I first arrived. Never did find a way out. But I learned how to accept my situation. To bear trials with a calm mind robs misfortune of its strength and burden. That's from Seneca the Younger, if you're interested.
Eh ben.
I don't see why not. Just make sure I get it back by tomorrow.
Oh, cool. Registre comportant les noms de chaque habitant de la cité classés dans l'ordre alphabétique. Il y en a beaucoup ou pas? Alors... Prétend connaître une issue. Incapable de travailler, ça veut dire quoi ça? Emprisonné dans un entrepôt. Ah ouais! Salut Maïs. Étranger. Classe étranger. Ok. Mort dans la citerne. Ah bah c'est charmant. Portée disparue. Ah j'ai quand même des disparus. Ok. Éponge sa dette envers Malleolus. Ok. Pas trop ce que ça veut dire mais ok. Livia refuse de travailler. Ok. Livia c'est celle que j'ai vue tout à l'heure. C'est la vieille je crois. Malleolus n'est pas digne de confiance. Ok. La médecin s'est enfermée dans le palais. Bah écoute, ok, soit. De plus en plus stressée. Ok. Cynthia. Ah, Cynthia c'est la fille du magistrat, donc celle que j'ai vue tout à l'heure. Confinée dans sa villa pour sa sécurité. Cynthia, c'est celle qui a disparu. C'est la petite sœur de elle. On voit le magistrat, voilà. Ok, ils sont pas grands, ils sont pas beaucoup. Attends, du coup, les portées disparues, c'est elle. J'en ai vu deux. Lui, et lui parce qu'il est mort, c'est ça?
Of course. Well, as I always say, it's kind of like a divine version of the practice of decimation in the Legion. By threatening to execute 1 in 10 men, the idea is to ensure order and discipline among everyone. And it works. If you knew you could be executed because your brother-in-arms is planning a mutiny, well, you'd bloody well watch him like 100-eyed Argus, wouldn't you? Because your only chance of saving yourself is to stop bad things before they happen. Makes us all responsible for keeping each other in check. It's brutal, of course, but effective. The Legion wouldn't be the most formidable force in the world without it. A war crime. Isn't that a contradiction in terms? As Cicero said, in times of war the law falls silent.
Il est vachement érudit pour un légionnaire. C'est agréable.
Seems that way. War crimes. Ridiculous. What's done is done. I was forced to execute my brothers in arms, and those memories will always visit me in my sleep. But life is harsh, and I've come to accept my lot. As with the Golden Rule, I don't have any control over it. So railing against it would be like trying to stop the seasons or the tides. As Seneca the Younger wrote,
Il cite toujours des
true
mecs quand il
happiness
parle.
is to enjoy the present without anxious dependence upon the future, not to amuse ourselves with either hopes or fears, but to rest satisfied with what we have, which is sufficient. For he that is so wants nothing.
Eh ben,
If you like. Not that it's any of your business, but my loyalty is and always will be with Sentius. Unfortunately, I don't think my vote is going to make any difference today. See, Domitius has been going around town, shoring up votes for Malleolus with lies, bribery, and intimidation. The man's a savage, but he's a gladiator, so people fear and respect him more than they should. Sentius knows about it, of course, but he doesn't have the same rat cunning as Malleolus. This place will be different with that sleaze at the helm. But I try not to worry about things I can't change. I appreciate the thought, but you're new here, and I just can't see how you could make an impact in the time between now and the election this afternoon.
ouais, je vois
In
pas
any
non plus.
case,
Ouais, tout à
if
fait
you're
honnête.
interested in the election, go and have a chat with Equitia, the Vestal Priestess. She'll be overseeing proceedings.
Attends, mais c'est Netflix. À chaque fois qu'il y a un nouvel objectif, c'est le truc de
Alright.
Netflix. Ok. Et ben... On va partir d'ici.
Partie.
Un mec qui fait des... Bonjour.
What were you two talking about? Don't play dumb. I saw you. Having a shady little chat with old man Sentius up on his balcony. If he's making a last-ditch effort to pick up votes by talking to a woman, he's even more senile than I thought. Everyone knows women can't vote.
Ok. Merci pour cet accueil chaleureux, je m'en vais. Ah bah...
What else would you be murmuring about on election day? Mark my words, Malleolus is gonna be magistrate by the end of the day. And if I tell him you sided with that feeble old has-been, that you've been trying to undermine his hard-won victory, you'll have picked the wrong patron. Got it?
Mais t'es qui toi en fait?
Good. Then stay out of it. Nobody likes Caput Murday foreigners interfering in an election.
Caput merda. Et putain, mais je vais les replacer ces insultes. Hein.
Can't hurt.
Bon, t'es qui? Donne-moi ton nom. Comme ça,
The
je sais t'es
name's
qui sur la feuille.
Domitius.
Ah.
You want to get to
Ah, le
Malleolus? You go through me.
Ok.
Why? Because I am a gladiator. That's why. You want to see me fight? Keep running your mouth, fatuous cunners. When Malleolus wins the election, yeah, this place will change. You won't even want to leave. You'll see.
Ah bon.
I think it's gone on long enough, and Malleolus is going to put an end to
Mais
it
ils sont tous
once he's
complètement cons
elected.
ou quoi? Ils ont pas compris que si... Enfin... La loi de machin, c'est pour pas qu'ils crèvent tous, non? Je sais pas. Du coup, s'ils enlèvent la règle d'or, bah en fait, ils vont tous mourir. Mais je comprends pas pourquoi ils sont juste tous cons, en fait.
He's going to announce it in his victory speech. Just you wait and see. Because if I tell you, and it gets out, it'll give old man Sentius a chance to interfere in our plans. And we can't have that.
D'accord.
We've already lined up the votes he needs to win. Just stay out of our way, and we won't have a problem.
Bah, parce que la règle d'or, c'est ce qu'ils ont mis en place pour justement éviter de se faire tous striker en or, non? Ou alors j'ai rien compris. Moi j'avais compris que la règle d'or, c'était le truc qu'ils ont mis en disant personne fout la merde parce que sinon on va tous crever. Et que s'il enlève la règle d'or, bah du coup les gens ils vont commencer à faire de la merde et du coup ils vont tous crever. Donc en fait c'est un peu con. Enfin, je sais pas.
Malleolus, of course. If old man Sentius can't even protect his own daughter, how can we trust him to protect us? Too bad. He's busy. Unless... No. You don't look like you could afford it. I'm glad you asked. See, he's a busy man, and this is an important day. He'll be inside practicing his victory speech for tonight. Left me strict instructions he doesn't want to be disturbed. So if you want to see him, I'll need something valuable in return.
Ok.
Dunno. Something good.
Ah bah super. C'est un truc qui était déjà dans cette ville, ça vient pas d'eux et du coup ils sont tous en danger tout le temps si quelqu'un fait de la merde. Oui non mais le truc qui les transforme en or, ça j'ai bien compris que c'était là avant eux. Mais la règle d'or c'est pas ce que le vieux là il a mis en place justement pour éviter que les gens fassent des trucs. Sans ça ils peuvent venir... Bah oui mais ça ils ont aucun pouvoir dessus ce truc là. Non, j'ai rien compris en fait.
Bribe? That's such an ugly word. What I'm looking for is more of a tribute to me, your soon-to-be patron.
Ok.
Just make it good. Whatever. Just remember, I'll be watching.
Every step you take. Vas-y, retourne à ces trucs, ok. C'est quoi les paroles déjà? What? Il y a des papillons qui viennent de me parler. Papillon. Papillon Chan. Quelqu'un là-haut. Bonjour. Dans la règle d'or et les gens qui se font transformer en or, c'est la même chose. Ah! Ah, et donc en fait, Maléolus, il promet aux gens qu'il peut enlever la règle d'or, alors qu'en fait, on n'en sait rien. Probablement pas. Un Annie anonyme. Un Annie. Un Annie anonyme. Attendez, je me mouche, je reviens. Pardon. Alors, putain, mais je vais y arriver. Un ami anonyme d'Octavia, que le Seigneur vous garde et vous bénisse. Je regrette de ne pas avoir pu prendre le risque de parler de tout ceci avec vous en personne, mais si j'ai raison, alors vous êtes une croyante comme moi. Vous ne pouvez peut-être pas pratiquer ouvertement votre religion ici, mais sachez que vous n'êtes pas seul. Si vous avez un jour besoin d'un endroit où prier, un lieu spécial vous attend au fond des grottes, derrière le théâtre. Tournez à droite au premier embranchement, puis à nouveau au deuxième. Ok. Il faut que je prenne des notes, vous croyez? Je vais prendre des notes. Il est où mon cahier? Sanctuaire secret. Grotte. Derrière le théâtre. À droite. Premier embranchement. Non. Et deuxième pareil. Je prends des notes, ça se trouve en fait je vais les garder dans le jeu, je sais pas, mais on va voir. Page suivante. Il y a une page suivante. Je peux voler de l'argent. Ah mais voler c'est pas bien. Si parce que j'ai volé de l'argent, tout le monde se fait striker en or, c'est quand même un peu con. C'est la meuf, elle arrive pour régler le problème et paf, c'est elle qui fout la merde. Bonjour.
A new face, Ave,
Ils ont
and
tous
may
la même
Vesta
gueule ou c'est dans
watch
ma tête?
over you. I'm Equitia. To what do I owe the pleasure of this visit? Oh my. I take it people are quite direct where you're from. I suppose it's quite charming in its own way. Usually, however, you wouldn't simply march up to a Vestal priestess and without due formality or courtesy ask, "What is your story?" The proper approach would be to arrange an introduction through a mutual acquaintance in high office, by which time you would already know how to address me. And then you would find a way to satisfy your curiosity rather more indirectly. But to be honest, I've often thought what an unnecessarily formal way to communicate that is. So, let's do it your way. You just keep being yourself and ask whatever you like. It'll be a
on aurait pu faire ça depuis le
refreshing
début.
change. You know, I'm not entirely sure. But what about you? How did you end up here? Karen, you say? And nothing about that name seemed odd to you? Why is that?
En train d'expliquer des mimes à une romaine. Tout va bien.
The memes? What are the memes?
Alors...
So, a bit like Egyptian hieroglyphs then?
Ouais, on va dire ça. Ouais, tout à fait.
So your people make hieroglyphics depicting this accursed character, the one they call Karen?
Absolument.
I wonder
On va dire que c'est ça.
No. I apologize. I don't mean to be cryptic. It's just that you've got me thinking. Have you spoken with any of the others about how they arrived here too? I really think you should. Go around and ask them what they remember.
Pour l'instant, le fil conducteur, c'est la rivière. Hein.
I know. I just don't want to see what happened to Livia happen to you too. Up until a few weeks ago, she was a perfectly productive member of our little community, darning clothes and cutting hair. She was always so chatty, always seeking out newcomers and asking them where they were from and how they wound up here. And then, about a month ago, she suddenly changed. She withdrew, stopped working and became despondent, started muttering to herself. Galerius and I visited her to see how we could help, but she just looked at us with this haunted stare, called us bloodless shadows, and told us we were ignorant of some pattern. Look, it could be unrelated. Perhaps she simply fell ill. Or, as Galerius suggested, the weight of the golden rule was too much for her. But there is a small chance that she learned something, saw a pattern nobody else saw, and that it broke her. I just don't want to see that happen to you. So be careful, will you?
Ok. Pas très rassurant.
Thank you. Now, go and follow the thread of truth through this labyrinth, and come back to me if you discover any patterns.
Putain, y a plein de quêtes en cours en plus.
I don't, I'm afraid. It seems to me we're exiled here until the gods judge us, one way or another. I'm quite sure it's the work of the gods, which is strange because they've never been particularly concerned with our misdeeds, as long as we've kept the peace of the gods. We ask for blessings, for good health, bountiful harvest, military victory, and in return, we offer praise, wine, incense, or animals. But here, it seems they require much more of us. I find myself reminded of an especially pertinent tale from our great poet Ovid in his epic Metamorphoses. Would you like to hear it? It is rather long.
Oui, ouais, allez.
Wonderful. It goes like
Bon,
this.
allez, on se pose, on écoute.
Baucis and Philemon were an old married couple living a humble life in a small town. One night, the town gets a visit from a couple of vagrants. They go from door to door, asking for a place to stay the night. Of course, being vagrants, they're turned away sharply from house after house, 1,000 in all, until finally they come to the little cottage where Baucis and Philemon lived. Now, the kind old couple had very little to offer, but nevertheless, they invite these strangers into their house and offer them food, wine, and a place to stay. Immediately, the guests make themselves at home. They begin gulping down the old couple's wine, so much so that Baucis, the old lady, begins to worry they're going to run out. And then she notices something strange. Her wine pitcher keeps refilling itself, as if by magic. Realizing only a select few possess such powers, says to her husband, Philemon, "I think these men are gods in disguise." Immediately the couple begins apologizing for offering such coarse wine, and the vagrants metamorphosize and reveal themselves to be Jupiter, the king of the gods, and Mercury, the trickster god. They confide they didn't mind the meager offerings. They were just pleased that someone in the town offered them hospitality. Then Jupiter says to them, "You have passed our test, but everyone else in this city failed, so we are going to destroy this place and everyone in it, except you, who we will grant a wish." So old Baucis and Philemon escape up into the mountains safely, and they receive their wish, which is for eternity together. Meanwhile, Jupiter carries through with his threat and wipes that city off the map. Some say the moral of that story is that we must all honor the sacred rituals of guest friendship, the reciprocal obligations owed between hosts and guests. But I like to think it's that we should always show compassion for those less fortunate than ourselves.
Pardon, je m'étais absente.
I'm pleased to hear it.
Ok. 5 minutes, faut que j'étende ma lessive, je reviens. C'est bon, on vous entendrait plus la machine normalement. Voilà, ma lessive c'est fini, comme ça c'est bon. Alors, on dit... Ah oui, l'élection.
It must be completed by dusk, just the same as any other official business. It'll be between Sentius, the incumbent, and Malleolus, the challenger. Why do you ask? All of the male citizens who are willing and able to attend, unless they're running, of course. That's just the way it's always been, I'm afraid. It never sat right with me, either. There are some women who can vote, Vestal priestesses like myself, but in this case, given my role overseeing the election, I've decided to abstain. I can't allow the perception that I'm being anything but fair and independent, but if it's any consolation, there are other ways to influence the outcome of an election.
Elle est discrètement en train de me dire que qu'on va devoir tricher, c'est ça?
By using whatever gifts the gods gave you. Nothing untoward, of course. I'm responsible for announcing it and making sure the procedures are followed. You can, assuming they're eligible and willing to accept the nomination. As I said, I'm planning to hold it before dusk, but I suppose I could hold it sooner, if there's a good reason. Yes. I have overheard some rather unpleasant arguments. The last thing we need here is additional conflict. Very well. I'll get things started right away.
Ah non, non, pardon. Non, merde. Non, 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 reviens. Attends, elle va vraiment... Non. Attends, reviens, Micheline. Je voulais pas faire ça. What the f... Moi, je discutais et elle va faire des trucs. Non, non, non.
It is time. Let us meet to elect our magistrate.
Je crois que j'ai fait de la merde. Je crois que j'ai fait de la merde. Bien, oui. Écoutez, tant pis. On va faire comme si on n'avait rien vu. T'as mis ce clic? Bah non, mais il y avait une option de dialogue qui... Enfin, je parlais des élections avec la nana. Il y a une des options de dialogue qui... En fait, qui a lancé l'élection alors que c'était pas évident, quoi. La question c'était est-ce que les élections peuvent commencer moi je pensais qu'elle allait demander s'il manquait des trucs ou quoi, ok. Et en fait, elle m'a lancé les élections. J'espère que ça va pas fuck up la partie. Où est-ce qu'ils me font examiner tous les bodins? Ça a un quelconque intérêt ou pas? Sa maison. Attends, mais du coup ils sont vraiment en train de faire le vote pendant que je suis pas là là? Oh là 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 là. C'est la merde. Faut que j'y aille quoi, c'est pour ça que t'es en train de me dire. Je pense que c'est la merde, j'ai niqué ma partie. Attends, mais il y a que 5 mecs qui votent là? Tout le reste c'est des meufs dans la cité? Bah super. Bah super, super. Ouais, vraiment merveilleux, formidable. sais même pas où elle est l'élection. Putain, c'était où? C'est là-haut. C'est où l'élection? Je les ai perdus. Je sais pas. Je pense que j'ai tout cassé. Mais pour de vrai, ah bah quand même. Quoi? Je sens que je vais avoir la mauvaise fin là.
You have no idea what you're doing. You're going to get us all killed.
Wait, I exercise my right as a Vestal priestess to pardon him. I will not allow you to do this.
You're showing your true colors now, priestess. Your corruption sickens me. Domitius, ignore her. Proceed.
This is insanity. You'll doom us all.
Lies! It is time the Golden Rule was exposed for what it is. A children's fable, exploited by a treacherous leader to instill fear in all of us.
This is why he's in his gladiator gear. They've been planning this all along.
Shut up, all of you. The magistrate has spoken. I'm going to enjoy killing you, old man.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
What the fuck? Je me souviens plus que sanctuaire. Quoi? Ah, aïe aïe. Je pense que c'est la mauvaise fin. J'ai totalement la mauvaise fin. J'ai tout pété, putain. C'est par où? Je sais pas, moi. Merde, comment t'es allé là-bas, toi? Ah, oui. Bon. Alors, on va éviter de parler à la Vestale parce que d'ici, visiblement, c'est pas une bonne idée, hein. je lui parle plus, genre plus du tout, c'est mort. Ok. C'est... Attends, mais...
Help! You have to do something!
Bonjour.
A man arrived in the baths. A real nasty sort, with his face all covered up. And he's got a weapon. You have to do something, or he's gonna break the golden rule. Fabia, but now's not the time. Are you going to help or not?
C'est la boulangère.
None of us do. The magistrate made us throw them all into the chasm. So now this man's bow is the only one in the city. You'll just have to improvise. Thank you.
Je comprends rien aux caisses en fait, c'est le bordel là.
I have to hide. Find me in this empty shrine when it's over.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Mais...
Everybody run!
Je comprends rien. Ça veut dire qu'ils me remettent à chaque fois l'élection? Je n'habite rien. Je sais pas par où faut aller pour rejoindre l'autre là. Je pense que c'était pas par là. Ouais, je sais pas où il est, le Nick. Putain, c'est pas par là. Ouais, mais attends, mais moi je suis pas d'accord là, ça m'a fucked up un truc alors que le dialogue il était pas clair et du coup j'ai fucked up toute ma partie là. Je sais pas où je vais, je suis complètement perdue. Je comprends rien. ça me dégoûte là, En fait, ça me fait chier d'avoir tout niqué juste parce que j'ai cliqué sur un truc de dialogue, quoi. Franchement, what the fuck. Ouah, c'est Stargate. Par contre, il y a trop de... Il y a trop de quêtes en même temps, du coup moi je me perds là, je sais plus ce que je suis censé faire.
Salve, friend. I'm Galerius. Mind telling me who you are and what you were doing in the Shrine of Proserpina? I don't think so. I've never seen you before in my life.
Putain, mais je suis encore tombée sur un jeu avec une time loop, vous foutez de ma gueule en fait. Genre j'arrête de jouer à l'autre là avec les vaisseaux spatiaux et je me retrouve dans un autre jeu où il faut encore faire pareil. Mais en fait, non mais vous vous foutez de moi en fait, c'est bon, c'est officiel.
Oh, Bacchus, how much did I drink last night? Sorry to have bothered you. Oh, and since you seem to be in a hurry, you should try out this device I made. Worked real hard on it.
Guidon de tyrolienne.
Just attach the pulley to the rope over the lake and hang on to the handles. If it works, it'll be faster than walking. And if it doesn't work, worst thing that can happen is you'll take a swim in the lake. I haven't quite summoned the courage to test it myself. But don't worry, it's completely safe. Probably. All right, see you around.
Just as the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world, so this place accepts all the souls. But it does not notice the crowds that come. The bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone. Some crowd the forum, some the house of the ruler of the depths. Others follow their trades, imitating their previous lives. They never do. There is only a downward path, gloomy with fatal yew trees. It leads through dumb silence to the infernal regions.
Excuse-moi meuf, est-ce que t'as besoin d'aide dans ta tête?
Help me? You cannot help me. I have seen things. A pattern, a terrible pattern. It is better for you if you remain ignorant. Pandora's box must stay closed. I'll say no more. The bloodless shadows. This is their punishment.
Bien. D'accord, ok.
You think you wish to know, but you do not. It is better for you if you remain ignorant. Pandora's box must stay closed. I'll say no more. The newly arrived are ignorant of the road before them.
Ok, mais moi, est-ce qu'on a un inventaire? Attends, je sais pas fait gaffe. Bon, je crois pas qu'on ait d'inventaire. Ma vie n'a été que tribulation, tel Hercule avec ses 7 travaux, une vie sans parents, sans victoire et sans liberté. Mais je la revivrai sans hésiter, car chaque perte, chaque blessure et tragédie m'a conduit vers vous. Aussi radieuse que la flamme sacrée de Rome, votre aura réchauffe mon âme. Je sais que je ne puis vous toucher, tout comme la flamme de Vesta, mais vous observer et vous aimer de loin, me baigner dans la lumière me suffit. Eh ben... Attends, oui, non, je voulais... Attends, je sais pas si... Je crois pas qu'il y ait il y a un inventaire ou pas? En fait, la question que je me pose, c'est les trucs qu'on m'a filés à la boucle d'avant, je les garde ou je les garde pas? Parce que si je les garde pas, j'arrête de jouer direct. Hein.
You, Tantalus, cannot catch the drops of water, and the tree you grasp at eludes you.
Oh là là, il y a un journal de quête. C'est quoi ça? Je peux accuser n'importe qui. YOLO. Il s'est emballé, oui, clairement, avec un poème pareil. Je pense qu'il a eu du succès. Ok, donc c'est bien parce que les quêtes, elles restent actives d'une partie à l'autre, j'ai l'impression. Ok. Genre vraiment, on peut examiner tous les pots d'encre du jeu. Ah, fini. Pourquoi lui, je peux le soulever et pas lui? J'aime bien le fait qu'ils se servent des statues des gens. Genre, il y en a qui sont morts avant. Ouais, bah vas-y, c'est bon, ça nous fait des porte-pots. Bah ok, écoute. C'est l'heure de la douche. Est-ce qu'il faut que je prenne des notes ou... Nino, Nino, Nino. Ok. Je sais plus de où je suis arrivée. Poupée. You. Je sais pas, elle a l'air d'avoir reçu beaucoup d'affection et le truc il est luisant dégueulasse, tu sais. Bah super. Ok. Attends, là on est dans les bas quartiers du coup, je suppose. Ça a l'air effectivement d'être les bas quartiers ici. Si je saute là, je meurs. Bon, on va éviter de se péter des trucs. J'ai compris, mais
Sisyphus, attack or pursue the step. Cerberus lifts his triple head and lets out his threefold braying.
Livia, would you stop muttering like Medea over a cauldron? You'll scare away my customers.
They follow their trades, imitating their previous lives, but they are ignorant.
This again. You're in a world of your own, aren't you?
Bonjour, madame.
Ah, you're here. I'm so glad you decided to visit. I'm Aurelia.
C'est elle qui
And
sait
I hope
comment
I'm not
sortir.
being too forward, but
D'après les papiers
the
qu'on m'a donnés.
moment I laid eyes on
c'est-
you, I was intrigued. There's a light in your eyes I've never seen before. A certain learning and sophistication.
Eh ben. Oh, arrêtez. Enfin, non, continuez. C'est-
Coming on a bit strong, don't you think? I take back what I said.
Ah bon, ça va. ça va.
Suddenly, I don't find you so intriguing anymore. Let's just forget that ever happened, so we can at least
Ah,
do
merde.
business. So, what brings you to my tavern?
J'ai un succès pour m'être fait jeter.
Let it go. Nothing's going to happen between us.
Ah! Ah putain, mais ça veut dire qu'il faut que je réussisse à... Oh là là, quel enfer.
You know, normally, I'd expect you to buy me a drink before asking if I want to get out of here. I guess that went right over your head. Never mind.
Je
As
suis
a
trop
matter
nulle.
of fact, I do
Non,
know
mais je suis
a
trop
way
nulle en
out.
drague, hein, c'est terrible.
I'm happy to tell you all about it, but this is valuable information we're talking about, and I don't just give it out like some cheap oracle. So, how badly do you want it? Is it worth, say, 1,000 denarii to you? Simple. It's a one-way trip, and I'm not ready to go just yet. I like my life here. One day, maybe, but not now. I think of it this way. I have something of value, and I'm willing to share it for a price. That's not unethical. That's just good business. Now, do you want it or not? If I took your money without giving you what I promised, I'd be breaking the golden rule, wouldn't I? And I have no interest in doing that. Well, I can't tell you too much, or you'd figure it out for yourself. But I promise you, you'll never have to spend another hour in this city ever again.
C'est quoi, c'est le suicide, sa solution, c'est ça?
Well, perhaps you could take out a loan. I understand Malleolus has lent money to others, on occasion. I just try not to think about it. Drink helps with that. As the saying goes, to drink is human, so we drink. Certainly, for 10 denarii. How embarrassing for you.
Oh, ça va,
All
ça va.
right, see ya. away from my money.
Une couche d'insectes se noie à la surface, ça va super.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Daggers.
Qui il? Putain, ils me suivent. Oh. Un peu dessous, j'ai un denier, je crois. Littéralement. Est-ce que c'est par là? Je crois que c'est pas du tout par là, je suis censée aller. I'm not sure. Oui. Après, il y a plein de coffres où il y a de l'argent, mais visiblement, quand je vole un truc... ça provoque la fin du jeu, donc on va peut-être éviter. Je trouve un moyen d'avoir de l'argent sans... sans devoir voler.
Salve,
Ouais,
friend.
salut.
What? Oh, I see what you did there, changing the subject. Oh, is that right? Well, can't have you disrespecting. But listen, you seem live by. All right, friend, suit you.
Bon, bah, ce qui est bien, c'est que je vais pouvoir retenter ma tentative de drague débile sur l'autre, là. Et on y va, go. Je suis tellement mauvaise pour ça que... Bonjour.
Ah, you're here. I'm so glad you decided to visit. I'm Aurelia.
Bon, faut pas lui faire du rentre dedans, ça
I
marche pas.
hope I'm not being too forward, but the moment I laid eyes on you, I was intrigued. There's a light in your eyes I've never seen before. A certain learning and sophistication.
Nouveau succès, envoyer paître un PNJ, c'est à peu près ça. Bon, le succès, je sais pas si vous l'avez vu, c'était skipper la visite de la ville.
You, Tantalus,
What
cannot
was
catch the
that?
drops of water.
Some kind of joke?
And the
What?
tree
Vas-y, mais elle est jamais
wasn't
contente,
funny.
elle.
I take back what I said. Suddenly, I don't find... Let's just forget that ever happened, so we can at least do... All right, see ya.
Putain, mais vas-y, mais j'ai essayé les deux solutions qui me paraissaient normales et ça marche pas.
Cerberus lifts his dribble
Ma
head
gueule.
and lets out his threefold graying.
Livia, would you stop muttering like Medea over a cauldron? You'll scare away my customers.
they follow their trades.
Théophilus s'est livré à une orgie avec 4 femmes ici et les a toutes déçues. Bah super. Il est content pour lui. Enfin, pas vraiment du coup. Quoi ce bruit? Bonjour. Ah bah voilà. Ceux-là je peux les prendre. Moi je prends tout ce que je peux prendre, je prends. J'aurais dû commencer par 1 pour voir par 1 quoi. Bonjour. Il y a quelqu'un? Les ombres exsangues errent sans chair ni os. Nizo. Ok. C'est quoi, c'est un bateau? Ah oui, par une femme avant 4, oui, effectivement. Bon, les gens se battent. Why? Putain, mais c'est flippant, ils me suivent des yeux. Non, c'est dans ma tête? Non, c'est peut-être dans ma tête. Ouais, je sais pas, c'est pas clair. Si, c'est ça, putain. C'est ça le bruit que j'entends depuis tout à l'heure, là? C'est les statues qui tournent la tête? Ah, attends. Oui. Ok, c'est bon. Non. Ah, vas-y, go. Ils sont enfermés dans de l'or, peut-être que tu pourras les libérer et être dignement fêtés. J'ai bien un doute, mais... Samedi, on peut peut-être escalader, mais je sais pas comment essayer d'escalader. On reviendra une autre fois, je crois. Tu peux pas, ça soutient pas ton poids. Ah bon. Bon, bah, dans ce cas-là... Je sais plus où je vais. D'où je viens et où je vais. Attends, là j'en venais. Là j'y suis allée. Ok, donc j'ai déjà visité. Est-ce qu'elle a la priestess? Ouah, il y a des poulets. Attends, je vais aller voir les poulets. Non, laisse-moi voir les poulets. Ok. Bonjour. œuf d'oie. Oui. Yeah. Est-ce que l'oie va me casser la gueule? Ça va. Bonjour Madame Loi. Kékar. Je peux parler à Loi mais pas à la chèvre. Ah. C'est bouche mais ok. Salut Michel.
Ah, it's you again. Hope you're settling in, friend. Now, what's on your mind? Well, it's a long one and kind of sad, but I don't mind telling it. I'm a farmer. Always have been. I grew up in a small village in Britannia, Camulodunum, with my parents and 2 little sisters. Lovely part of the world. One day, when I was about 20, my father and I were in the top paddock, loading our cart, when some Roman legionaries came along, demanding produce for their men. My father told me to run into the house for his axe, and so I did. Sprinted so fast I almost threw up, but by the time I got back, he was bleeding out on the ground, and our cart was empty. That was my first encounter with the legions.
Charmant.
My mother died of a broken heart soon after, and things went downhill from there. I took over the farmstead, but I was young. It was a struggle. More raiding started before too long. We'd come outside in the morning to find animals missing, our stores pillaged. These Legion thugs just took whatever they wanted. One night, when my sisters and I had nothing left to steal, there was a knock at the door. I knew who they were, and what they wanted. I got my father's old axe, pulled the door open real quick, and before that soldier knew it, split his face right down the middle. But there were more of them. I never saw how many, because the next thing I knew, I was waking up with a mouth full of dirt and lungs full of smoke. My home was reduced to ash. My sisters, dead. And they left me alive to see what they'd done. Still burns whenever I think about it.
Charmant. Changeons de sujet.
Yeah, well, I wasn't the only one this happened to. It wasn't long before Boudica led thousands of Britons in a rebellion against the Romans. Unfortunately, there were just too many of them. And those of us who survived, they enslaved. So, then I found myself being transported all the way to Rome, to be sold to the highest bidder. I spent a few years working for my new master, learning the Romans' ways, Romanized my name and everything. Tried to escape a couple of times, but they always found me, and I'd just end up right back where I was. I'd probably still be there too, if it wasn't for the stampedes breaking out. You see, about 7 months ago, an enormous fire broke out in Rome. Everybody was running down toward the river, screaming and shouting. I'd never seen anything like it. Human beings acting like cattle. I got swept up with them somehow, and the rest is a blur. The next thing I knew, some stranger was dragging me out of a river. Stumbled across this place and started my life over again.
Tout est bien qui finit bien, non pas vraiment, mais bon.
That's what I thought too, for a while. But it seems the gods aren't done tormenting me yet. See, I finally had my own farm again, safe from the grasping hands of the Romans. Or so I thought. Until Sentius the Decurion demanded I hand over all my produce. It's for the good of us all, he says. Only he takes the best bits for himself, of course. He even told me if I refuse his demands, I'll break the golden rule. I'm not sure I believe him, but then, what if he's right? So, it turns out our dear old magistrate is no better than the Legion thugs who took everything from me. I'm right back where I began. But don't you worry. Nemesis is waiting. And he'll get his. One day. He'll get his. Forget I said that last part, will you? I get carried away sometimes. Thanks, friend. I knew I liked you. Anyway, that's enough of me rambling. Was there something else you wanted to talk about? Well, as much as I'd love to get out of here, the harvest's always more fruitful in another man's field, isn't it? But Scintilla, Sentius's daughter, went missing a few weeks back. Could be she found a way out. If anyone knows for sure, it'll be her sister, Sentia. But she'd never tell the likes of me. Oh, I don't give it much thought these days. I mean, everybody here's got their own view about what we need to do to survive. But I say, let's spend less time arguing about what it means to be good and just get on with it, you know? I can't see how I could vote for either candidate. I don't like Sentius much, but Malleolus is almost as bad. Even I could do a better job. Me, a farmer. And I've never given a speech or put on a toga in my life.
Bah vas-y, let's go. On va te présenter comme candidat, mec. Et l'élection? Quoi l'élection, Gabi?
I've bounced the idea around once or twice, mainly as a way of getting Dooley set free. God knows Sentius is never gonna do it. But from what I hear, Malleolus has the election stitched up. Nobody's gonna take him on and win. And maybe that's not such a bad thing. I mean, he talks a lot about freedom, so I'm hoping if he's elected, he'll release Dooley from his cell. And that's good enough for me. Because Sentius put him there. Poor Dooley was just wandering around looking for some imaginary treasure. Now a magistrate accused him of being a thief. It's nonsense, of course. Dooley's the most harmless man you'll ever meet. But Sentius really has it in for him, for some reason. And how could you know that? I mean, I don't like the man, but I don't see how you could know a thing like that. You overheard him say that? Oh, why does that not surprise me? He and Sentius have despised each other for a long time now. Well, in that case, we need to find a way to make sure Malleolus loses. Better yet, get him to withdraw altogether. If you can do that, and Sentius is the only candidate left, I'll run against him. Deal?
Let's go.
All right. See you around.
Galerius magistrat. Ok. C'est pas par là le chemin. Alors, donc là c'est là où j'arrive au début. Je sais pas, j'ai pas de quête en cours je crois. Ah si, la règle d'or juste. Je vais reprendre mon point de départ. C'était au temple qu'il fallait aller du coup.
Keep an eye out for Scintilla, would you? What is it, citizen? What business is that of yours? A lot of people have been looking for her. But it's been 3 weeks, and we've found nothing. What makes you think you can do better? I suppose that's true.
What? Je vais pas accuser des gens directs, ça va pas, hein?
Scintilla was always a kind, well-behaved young woman. I admit, her disappearance really caught me off guard. If anyone knows something, I'd expect it to be Sentia, Malleolus, Claudia, or Domitius. But none of them will tell me anything. You might fare better though, I suppose. Fine. All right. Please keep an eye out for anything that might lead us to Scintilla.
Ouais, là, ça va être full intrigue politique et tout.
Hey, Horatius. How's it feel knowing your man's doomed to lose the election today?
If you're trying to goad me into an argument, it won't work. I was stoic, remember?
If the old man couldn't even keep his own daughter safe, how can anyone trust him to keep us safe, eh?
Why do I get the feeling you lot had something to do with Scintilla's disappearance?
That's it. Blame everyone but yourself.
If I find out you did something to that poor sweet girl, not even the Golden Rule is gonna protect you. Got it?
Ha! As if I'll be afraid of you, little man. Malleolus isn't receiving visitors at the moment, it being election day. Listen, I don't abduct women. They come to me. And they keep coming back, if you know what I mean.
C'est subtil, c'est tellement subtil. J'ai peur d'accuser des gens maintenant parce qu'après je fais des conneries.
You don't know Sturkus. Whatever. Just remember, I'll be watching.
À chaque fois j'ai envie de chanter la chanson, hein. C'est fou. Bon. Donc là c'est là où j'étais tombée sur la prêtresse, je crois. Ah non, là c'est Malleolus, ok, non, ok, on reviendra. Malleolus, hein, le grand romain de la cheville. Évidemment. Je l'avais déjà vu. Encore des escaliers pas droits. Hein. C'est vrai qu'on admire l'effort qu'ils ont fait pour avoir des escaliers pas droits. Exprès. Genre. Ça demande quand même une certaine rigueur. Alors, bon, du coup, elle est pas là. C'est bien la maison de la prêtresse, là, hein. Je me trompe pas. Je crois. On va aller se promener. Qu'est-ce que j'ai pas visité encore? Là, il y avait rien. Ah, mais ça revient juste dans la même maison. Je suis trop con. Oh, je suis trop bête. Là-bas, c'est la maison du sénateur. Là, c'est la maison de l'autre pourriture. Genre...
On your best behavior, I trust.
Attends, mais tu t'es téléporté? T'étais là-bas juste à l'instant, là. J'arrive.
What now? All right. Please keep an eye out for anything that might lead us to Scintilla.
Me lance pas encore une élection, hein.
Ave, and may Vesta watch over you. I'm Equitia. To what do I owe the pleasure of this visit? Interesting. I'm not sure why you're telling me, but you've come to the right person. Did you find a pattern then? What have you noticed? Yes, I also had such an encounter. What else? There are definitely some common threads there. But I think we'll need at least a few to ensure we're not just seeing coincidences. Keep asking people how they wound up here. I don't want us to rush to any conclusions yet. Livia's fate weighs heavily on my mind, and dictates we should be sure. Yes, you should ask the others first. Come back to me once you've acquainted yourself with the rest of our neighbors.
Ok. On va
quoi à Paris?
Keeping an eye on things, Horatius?
As always, priestess.
Any news about Scintilla, Navia, or Kabash?
No sign of any of them, I'm afraid. But we do have a newcomer. Strangely dressed woman. Pretty, though. Funny accent, too.
A traveler from a faraway land, then?
Seems that way.
Then let's make sure she feels welcome, shall we?
Of course, priestess.
Ça va où? Là, ça sert bien là. Donc, je vais là. Bonjour.
What are you doing in here? Can't you see this woman is dying? She's been poisoned. She needs the resin of a plant called Sylphium, but that Culus cubulatus Decius won't give it to me. It's too late. She just slipped away. She was poisoned. She came in here frothing at the mouth. Normally, I'd treat her with resin of Sylphium, a rare plant which is perfect for this sort of thing. And I knew Decius had some at his market stall, right around the corner. So I ran over there, but he just looks at me with this evil smile and says, "That'll be 1,000 denarii." There was no way I could afford that, and he knew it. Then that toad shrugs and says, "Supply and demand. I guess you don't value your friend's life that highly."
Super.
Anywhere else, I'd just pay a thug to steal it from his stall. But there's no way I can do that down here with the golden rule. So all I could do is come back here and just watch her die. I kept on apologizing. And now I'll never know who poisoned her, or how they managed to do it without breaking the golden rule, or why she cursed that snake's cruel black eyes with her dying breath. Well, unless you have the power to bring someone back from the dead, there's really just one thing you can do. Get me that Sylphium resin. I'm going to have another patient in here soon. Could be in the next day, or in the next hour. And I will not allow this to happen again. I don't care how you get it, but you have to make it happen. Because if I lose another patient this way, I swear to the gods below, not even the golden rule will stop me from marching up to that Genetricum Fututo and scratching his eyes out. I'm Lucretia, and I'm going to be straight with you. I'm not a physician. This is Navia's clinic. I've just been filling in ever since she disappeared. I'm tired and out of my depth and miserable all the time. But I'd rather take this on myself than let one of you lot mess it up. My husband and I moved to Rome from Caesarea. He embraced the Roman way more than I would have liked, and turned into an awful philanderer. I would have divorced him and demanded the return of my dowry, but I knew he would sooner have me killed than give me my right. So I waited for the right time to take what was mine and disappear. And then the fires came. As he prepared to evacuate our villa, I gathered our most precious belongings, coins and gemstones, and the moment his back was turned, I ran. I could barely see for the smoke, and the streets were full of people trampling each other. I ran for the river, like everyone else, and leapt in. The next thing I remember, I was waking up on a riverbank, not far from here. It's all right. Say what you will about this place. At least my fornicating husband will never find me. And while there's no shortage of snakes here, at least with the golden rule, they have to try to be discreet about it. Oh, this shrine was in use as a clinic long before any of us arrived here. Kind of strange to set up a clinic in the temple of the god of disease. But the god who inflicts a curse is also the only god who can undo it. So I suppose praying to Apollo for healing kind of makes sense.
Donc Maëvia, c'est une des trois qui a disparu du coup.
Well, she used to run the clinic. She was a midwife, not a physician, but she was the closest thing we had down here. And she was good too, until she suddenly lost all interest in us. One day she told me she'd made some profound discovery about the golden statues. This changes everything, she kept saying, but I had no idea what she was talking about. The last time I saw her, the last time any of us saw her, she was muttering to the statues, like she could talk to them. And then she shut herself in the palace, barred the door from the inside, and nobody's seen her since. She's been gone so long now, we figure she's either dead or up to something so strange that she doesn't want anyone else to know about it. But I really wish I could reach her, because that's the only hope I have of solving a troubling problem, a real thorn in the paw situation. One of my patients is suffering from terrible rheumatism. His joints are inflamed and he's in constant pain. I really shouldn't say. He wouldn't like it. And he's a little bit scary. He's become so irritable that the smallest things set him off. And I worry he'll end up losing his temper and lashing out. And you know what that means. I just know Nevia would know how to treat him, assuming she's still alive. But nobody seems to know how to get into the palace. Really? That would be wonderful. Thank you. Let me know how you go.
Flatulence, rhubarbe, ulcère gentiane, maux d'estomac, glucorysa, rhumatisme, écorce de saule, furoncle, aloès. D'accord. Yes. Bonjour monsieur. Je vais me chercher un pull, je crois. Reviens. Alors, nous en étions. Eh oui, statue d'Apollon.
feeling all right? I wish. Some people here need proper medical care, not the half-baked, hanging by a thread excuse for treatment I'm giving them. Just don't get sick or injured here. I'll do my best to treat you, but I'm out of my depth and dangerously short on everything you can imagine.
Okay.
A city without sin might sound good on paper, but whoever dreamt it up didn't think it through. Maybe it was an attempt to create some kind of utopia. But snakes like Decius will always find loopholes to exploit. And what can we do about it? Absolutely nothing. In some ways, we are worse off because we can't take the law into our own hands. Oh no. Sorry, I don't mean to worry you, but no, that is definitely not normal.
Bonjour, j'entends
There
les
was
statues
one
qui
other
murmurent.
person who claimed she could hear the statues talking to her. But that was Nevia, and she went a little mad. Well, she used to run the clinic. She was a midwife, not a physician, but she was the closest thing we had down here. And she was good, too, until she suddenly lost all interest in us. One day she told me this changed the last time I saw her, and then she shut herself. She's been gone, but I really wish one of my patients. He's become so irritable that I just know Nevia. You did? That's unexpected. But tell me, what is it? Willowback. I should have known. It was under my nose the whole time. That's very helpful. Thank you. If this works, it should settle Rufius down some. I have some right here. Could you do me a favor and give him some of this? He'll just need to swallow a pinch of it. I'm hoping it will avert disaster.
C'est marqué finement découpé et t'as des énormes morceaux dans le truc, tu sais. Finement découpé, hein.
Thank you. I'm really glad you arrived when you did. Sure. What do you want to know? Do you really want to know? I mean, if somebody poisoned her, then surely they would have broken the golden rule, and so maybe it's best we don't discuss it.
T'as vu, ouais, je me fais plein de potes.
Hemlock, I believe. I haven't seen her in months. She's not allowed to leave Malleolas's villa, and they are quite secretive. Gladly. All right. Well, thanks again for helping remove the thorn from the lion's paw. The spirit of Androcles smiles upon you.
C'est bien parce que plus je me fais de potes et moins j'ai de chance qu'on meure tous transformés en or.
May Apollo keep you safe.
Ok, bon, bah ça c'est bon. Alors, qu'est-ce que j'ai pas fait encore? Ah oui, moi je suis arrivée par là-bas. C'est du pain ça? Oui. C'est marrant comment ils font leur pain. Vous croyez que c'est accurate tout ça? Genre ils ont fait plein de recherches et ils ont vraiment reproduit des vrais trucs de l'époque? C'est quoi ce machin? Bonjour. Ah, c'est toi le fils de chien.
Stranger, and welcome to our idyllic little slice of the Empire. I'm Decius. Terrible shame what happened to Yulia. But we just have to carry on, don't we? Certainly. All I ask is a reasonable price of 1,000 denarii. That's hardly my concern. But if you get a job, work hard and save your coins, you should be able to afford it within, say, 5 years?
Oui, il mérite qu'on lui explose la tête sur un mur.
Oh, it's perfectly legal. Simply a question of supply and demand, I'm afraid. Take it or leave it. Hear what? You sure you're feeling all right? If you're hearing things, perhaps you should pay a visit to Lucretia's clinic. We don't want another Navier on our hands. She claimed the statues were whispering to her. Nobody else could hear it. Then she shut herself in the palace and we never heard from her again. But I digress. Do you want this silphium or not?
Bah oui, je veux, mais j'ai pas assez.
Well, if you did that, you'd break the golden rule, and we'd share the same fate as the last lot who lived here. Is that what you want?
Oh.
Do you think I don't know a bluff when I see one? Nice try. Very well. Perhaps I can interest you in something within your budget? You mean, how did I end up here? That is a lengthy tale. All right.
Allez, raconte-moi
Well,
ta
you
vie.
see, I'm in the business of procuring rare and precious objects liberated from the enemies of Rome. Mostly sculptures, vases, the occasional slave. Fetch a magnificent price in Roman high society. Had myself a nice little shop in Rome, just off the Forum. Lots of foot traffic and close to the docks. Good place to be when the fires broke out. See, about 7 months ago, half of Rome caught on fire. Everyone who couldn't get to an outer gate was running for the river, open to escape by barge. So I gathered my coins and some priceless vases into a cart and had my most loyal slave girl, pretty young thing named Acantha, push it for me. All the way down to the river, I'm elbowing for a stampede of people, turning back now and then to make sure she hasn't legged it with my valuables. But, to my surprise, we make it, and I see this barge loading up, and it's so full it's almost sinking. But the captain's happy to take my coin, so I start boarding, and then he puts his hand on my chest and he says, "No, too heavy. The cart or the girl." So I did what anyone would have
Oh,
done.
le bâtard!
The girl? Weren't you listening? All my valuables or the girl? I mean, I can always buy a new slave
Quel
girl
fils
if
de
I still have my
chien.
money. So I put my hand on the cart, and I guess she realised what was happening because those pretty black eyes of hers go all wide. And in one swift motion, she topples the whole bloody thing into the Tiber. No, I dived in after it, of course. Aren't you paying attention? That was a bloody fortune. Only, I guess I must have hit my head or something, because everything went black. When I came to, I'd washed up on the riverbank, not far from here, with nothing in the world but a single silver coin.
On dirait que vous avez vu ce que vous méritez. Exactement.
I couldn't agree more. I mean, sure, I'd lost a few thousand denarii, but I've already made it back, and this place is a veritable treasure trove. Look around you. There must be more gold in here than in the treasury of Rome. If I can just figure out how to get it out of here. I'm afraid not. If you're desperate, I did hear that Aurelia down at the tavern claims to know of a way out, but I'm not sure I trust her. Some people here are a little shady for my liking. Oh yeah, gotta watch out. Old Dacius has got your back though.
JPP.
It's terrible for inflation is what it is. There's so much gold just lying around, it's practically worthless. At least down here. Of course, I have an idea for generating real wealth, but what I need is a bow. Just a simple composite bow. I've scoured this city from top to bottom with no luck. But if you happen to find one, bring it to me and we'll talk. Oh, well, technically yes, but that just means you'll need to be a little discreet. Thank you, friend.
Il a vraiment une tête à claque en fait. T'as envie de lui péter la gueule à ce mec-là. C'est fou.
Malleolus. I mean, Sentius couldn't even keep his daughter safe. What hope does he have of protecting us? Not going to happen. Very well, another time.
Effectivement, je peux lui voler son truc et refaire un tour de boucle, mais je le ferai après. Mais les têtes des statues qui tournent, c'est extrêmement flippant. C'est très dérangeant. C'est normal, t'es une statue. Chose à acheter après mon évasion. Une villa sur l'Aventin à Rome, un chariot à 2 chevaux, un siège au Sénat, chariot à 4 chevaux, une villa dans la baie de Naples, bah allons-y, un chariot à 10 chevaux, je pense qu'il a une obsession sur les chariots, 12 jolis esclaves pâles et bien en chair. Véritable plaisir ce mec. Okay. Je sais pas pourquoi on peut manipuler tous ces trucs. Est-ce qu'il est censé y avoir des trucs dessus ou c'est juste pour plaisir de manipuler les jolis modèles 3D qui sont fait chier à faire?
Salve, Dooley. How are you doing today?
I'm sad. Am I going to die?
I don't think so, my friend. It's election day today. Perhaps our new magistrate will be kinder than Sentius and let you out.
I hope so. Galerius, what happens when you die?
You're not going to die anytime soon, Dooley.
My mother told me, when you die, a ferryman helps you cross a river and your spirit lives on in the underworld. Is that true?
Well, yes, but...
Is it true that if you were good, you get to go to Elysium, but if you were bad, you get, Hello?
L'équivalent d'un bouffe dans la romantique. Salut.
My name's Dooley. I live here now because I got in trouble and they said they had to lock me up. I don't know. I don't remember things so good. I think it's just because I was looking for treasure.
Il a une tête de gentil, mais bon, ça veut pas dire grand-chose.
Yes, but I wasn't. I was just looking. They said I did it more than once, but I can't remember things so good. Then they called me mean names. They called me a liar, Billy.
Liar Billy.
Yes. They said I have to live here now, and gave me this letter. But I'm not good with words. Do you think you could read it for me?
Bien sûr. Plaisir. Pété. Le magistrat Sentius Aduilius. Je vous écris au sujet de votre incorrigible comportement antisocial induit par votre obsession pour un prétendu trésor perdu. Même si je compatis à votre souffrance et au décès de votre gardien Hannibal, il y a quelques semaines, je tiens à vous adresser un message important. Le trésor que vous cherchez n'existe pas. Au vu de votre mémoire douteuse, il semblerait que vos souvenirs soient tout simplement inexacts. En outre, puisque vous avez été surpris à plusieurs occasions à pénétrer illégalement dans divers lieux, y compris autour des citernes, ce qui est strictement prohibé aux citoyens, Je suis arrivé à la regrettable conclusion que vous représentez un inconvénient pour votre communauté et dois restreindre votre liberté, de crainte de vous voir enfreindre la règle d'or. J'espère que cette lettre vous permettra de vous rappeler la raison de votre incarcération en cas de futur trou de mémoire.
What does it say? My treasure! My friend Hannibal used to look after me.
C'est celui qui est mort dans la citerne, là?
But then, he died. It was very sad. He said, if anything ever happened to him, I had to find something very precious hidden away. He gave me this key and made me promise to keep it safe until I found the treasure. But I couldn't find it. All I remember is he said something about the cisterns. But when I went up to the high one, they put me in here. Now nobody looks after me. Except my friend Galerius. And Ek, the priestess lady. Hannibal said I shouldn't give it to anyone I didn't trust. But maybe you could help me get out of here. Then I would trust you a lot. Galerius already tried that. He said the magistrate wouldn't listen, no matter what. Like Galerius, he's nice.
Allez,
I like
on va renverser l'ordre social.
He made me a doll
Let's go.
and everything. If you help make him magistrate, he can get me out of here, and I can give you the key to my treasure. Hannibal said it was in the cisterns. I can't remember what it was, just that it was way up high and very precious. You're going to let me out of here? Really? Oh. Please.
Non mais c'est...
I hate it here.
c'est Sméagol,
It makes
putain.
me very sad. Gold? You mean...
Putain, mais il est complètement à l'ouest. lui, hein.
Treasure? My friend Hannibal used to look after. He said he gave all I now no. Bye bye.
Ok.
Hello. Have we met before? Bye bye.
Arve.
Tiens, puisque t'es là.
Arve again. Did you find what you need? And did you notice anything? A pattern? Yes. I understand many of our friends were carried here by a river current. What else? That's true. I know I wasn't entirely sure how I wound up here. It's as I feared. I think I understand what poor Livia has been going through. Let me ask you this. Did you happen to encounter a stranger in the forest before you arrived here? And did you happen to catch her name? I see. And was this Karen by any chance wearing a hood? Because I've seen her before. There's something I think you should see. I think you'd better follow me to the baths.
What? How could you know that? And why are you talking to me instead of doing something about it?
Please, go and stop him, and come back to me once we're no longer in danger.
Oups. Ok.
I did not do it. Oh, il est poupinet, lui.
Salve.
Bon, c'est qui vient d'arriver là? C'est lui.
Help! You have to do something! A man arrived in the baths. A real nasty sort, with his face all covered up. And he's got a weapon.
Ah merde, quand j'ai fait ça tout à l'heure, ça...
something, or he's gonna break the golden rule.
Ça a provoqué...
Thank you. He's still in there, somewhere. I have to hide. Find me in this empty shrine when it's over.
Ah, c'était l'élection.
What? We don't have time for this. I have to go.
C'est quoi ce bruit? Pourquoi elle m'a fait un comme ça? Elle va se faire buter, c'est ça?
The shrine is collapsing.
Ah,
Fabia, no! Oh God, she's dead! Did anyone see that? The whole shrine just collapsed on her! Oh, Fabia, why did you have to go in there? Poor sweet girl! I can't believe she is dead. Fabia, I mean. She walked into that empty shrine, and the next moment she is lying dead under a pile of rubble. The gods are cruel and unjust. She was like a daughter to me. I'm sorry, friend. It's not right for me to lay my burden upon you. I can't believe she is dead. The gods are...
il y a trop de trucs à faire en même temps.
I can't believe she is dead.
Ah, vas-y là, tu me dis pas autre chose? Je vais trouver Rufus là. Et Rufusius. Il est où? Et ça c'était le mur. Rufusius, mais il est méga loin.
Name's Rufus. Better watch your step. Can't talk long. Got to stay sharp, but... family's from Seleucia on Tigris. Babylon province. But I've been roaming a long time now. Even joined the legions. The 6th. The one they call Ironclads. Same way as everyone else.
Okay.
Because we're all in grave danger. Is it not obvious? Magistrate made me toss it in the chasm. Stupid. Going to have to improvise now. If you were dealing with what I am, you wouldn't be either. Nobody is supposed to know about that. Did Lucretia tell you? Gah. Look, I haven't been at my best lately. My joints ache constantly, and the pain. It has a way of messing with your head. I get stirred up by things that shouldn't bother me, and then there's the statues, and my doubts about my faith. And I just want to scream. You want to help me? Do what Lucretia hasn't been able to do. And find me something to make the pain go away. Until then, get out of my face.
C'est bon, je l'ai ton remède là, mais...
Ah, you again. If I did, do you think we'd be having this conversation? What about it? Willow bark. And this will work? Oh, thank God. Finally, some relief. This is what I've been praying for. Maybe God hasn't abandoned me after all. Thank you. I've been in a lot of pain lately. The rheumatism, these cursed statues always watching, and the crisis of faith. It was too much. Started messing with my head. This is exactly what I needed to set it straight again. I owe you one.
Maintenant, il va peut-être mieux me parler.
I'll tell you this much. I hate the fact that my survival depends on the common sense of other people.
Je sais ce que vous ressentez, j'ai survécu à une pandémie.
Ah, then you know what I'm talking about. I mean, all these people just bumble along like nothing's wrong. Well, we're one bad decision away from being wiped out. Like the last lot of people who lived here. Seems like I'm the only one ready for what's coming. Whatever that is. And when it hits, it's everyone for themselves. You've been warned. I don't know. But did you ever get the feeling some of these statues are watching us when we're not looking? Like they're waiting for something. I don't like it. That doesn't help me. Meliodas. Not sure I trust Sentius. Couldn't even protect his daughter in a city without sin.
Ça va, il y est pour rien.
How's he going to protect us? No. Who do you want me to vote for? Fine. I'll vote for Sentius. But no more favors. We're square.
Après, moi, je m'en fous, c'est pour l'autre que je veux qu'il vote, mais il n'est pas encore officiellement candidat. Oui, donc du coup, je l'ai couru après, mais je sais plus par où je suis arrivée. Par là. J'étais où? J'étais là-haut. C'est qui il? C'est où ça? Bon, tu veux bien me parler maintenant? Ah, non. Ok, donc faut pas que je la laisse mourir, sinon lui il me parle plus. Qui a gardé... Oh non, il l'a habillé. Okay. Genre, il se sert vraiment des gens qui sont morts avant pour faire leur déco et des trucs comme ça. Hein. C'est un truc de ouf. Drôle de civilisation, quand même. Peccator.
Salve.
Salut.
Ah,
putain, c'est Ken.
Salve, and welcome to a little community. My name's impossible to pronounce for most people, so you can just call me Virgil. You arrived on a sad day, friend. What with Julia's death?
C'est un français.
I wish we could have met under better circumstances.
Ou en allemand.
Well, I'm an architect. Or at least I was back in Rome. That's probably too grandiose a term to describe what I do here. Help out with repairs and try to stop old buildings from collapsing on people. That kind of thing. But you probably don't want to hear about the ingenious architecture or mysterious history of this place. Oh, I'm glad you asked. Some of these shrines were constructed hundreds of years ago, which means Romans have been arriving here for at least that long. But there's one thing that puzzles me. The oldest shrine in this avenue isn't Roman at all. It's Greek. I'm not sure. It could mean that the Romans who first started building here were just copying Greek architecture, which they do all the time. Or it could mean that there were Greeks living and worshipping here before the Romans arrived. Which begs the interesting question, who really built this place? And could it be far older than any of us imagine? If only there was a way we could talk to the people who came here before us. The stories they could tell. Gladly. Personally, my favorite thing about this place is the aqueducts. Those series of adjoining arches. They're an ingenious feat of Roman engineering with a very practical purpose. They take fresh water coming from outside the city and distribute it all across the chasm. It's funneled below the palace and into a cistern beneath the Great Temple. Some of it flows down into another cistern beneath the villas, and the rest is funneled to the shrine of Proserpina, where it fills the lake and allows us to fish and farm. Hey, not so loud. Just talking about that could anger the gods for all we know. I'm not saying it's impossible, but you'd have to find a way inside somehow. Just, please, try to be a bit more discreet about it. You mean the Great Temple? This one's a bit of a mystery. Given the way it's positioned so prominently, looking down on us, it's clear that whoever built it felt it was the most important temple in the city. Unfortunately, someone else went out of their way to keep its purpose a mystery. You see, usually a temple is dedicated to a particular god, like Proserpina or Diana or Apollo. Usually, that god is obvious. But in this case, it's unknown. There's an obelisk out the front, which probably used to bear the name of this unknown god. But it appears some barbarian defaced it. And of course we can't get inside because it's locked up tighter than the Temple of Saturn in Rome. And that contains the treasury. So we're all left wondering, which god is that temple dedicated to? And could it be the one responsible for the Golden Rule? Unless somebody figures out a way inside, I suppose we'll never know. Of course. You wouldn't believe how often the new ones ask that question. But I'd tell you the same thing I tell everyone else. There are much worse places to live out your days. You might have a few sleepless nights thinking about the Golden Rule, but once you get used to the fear, knowing that a single slip-up could cost you everything, it's not too bad. Nothing new to me, anyway. Oh, I just mean I grew up in the Batavi tribe, far to the north in Novio Magus, and learned to expect a bit of hostility. They weren't nearly as tolerant as the Romans. Some people say it's divine, the work of a god, but I'm not so sure. It just seems so flawed to me. Like it's distinctly human. I mean, once you've been here long enough, you'll notice people doing things that just seem so wrong to you. But this so-called god doesn't seem to care. Which means one of two things. Either you don't know the difference between right and wrong, or this unknown god doesn't. And I'm pretty sure I know the difference. Do you? Good. Then I hope you'll agree that there are only two ways of dealing with unfair rulers. The first is to leave. The second is to remove the ruler from power. And it seems leaving may not be an option. Good question. It's best if I say no more, but I hope you'll give it some thought.
Mysterious.
Look, I haven't done anything wrong, if that's what you're thinking. Somebody just has a problem with my preference for male company. Hey, nothing gets by you, huh? Sorry, that was mean. Yes, I like men. And when you grow up in the north, as I did, in the city of Noviomagos, you expect a bit of hostility. The Batavi are not known for their tolerance. I saw enough friends killed or driven away to know the cost of not keeping your personal affairs to yourself. So I hid who I was for, what was it, nearly 10 years? Watching what I said and where I looked. But that kind of fear eats away at you slowly, until living isn't any better than the thing you were afraid of. Needless to say, since I'm now living underground, halfway across the known world, with an assumed name, my openness didn't go down well among the enlightened folk of the Batavi. Nice of you to say, but not necessary. In any case, the Romans are far more accepting, and among them, I get to be who I am. Or at least, I thought that was the case. It seems I was wrong. It's not just graffiti. I have quite a collection of handwritten notes too. The strange thing is, I keep my personal affairs to myself. I've never really been interested in any of the men here. Not my type. So I'm not sure what I could have done to upset this person. If I had to guess, I'd say it's probably one of those cultists.
Cette secte? De quelle secte il parle?
Strange bunch. They insist there's only one God, and that he considers my nature a sin. Can you believe that? If there are any of them here, they won't admit it. Not since they supposedly burnt down half of Rome last year and went into hiding. All I know is, if these threats keep escalating, eventually my secret admirer is going to cross a line and break the golden rule.
Cette secte-là.
What? Really? I didn't expect that. But thanks. It's always a pleasure to meet someone so selfless. I'm glad you arrived when you did. I'd start by figuring out who the cultists are. Or maybe ask around among the merchants here. Someone who lives or works in the forum must have seen something. But if you find them, please don't hurt or humiliate them. I suspect they're just confused. Well, Malleolus is talking about loosening some of the restrictions in this place. And while it's all a bit vague, at least he has a vision. My vote isn't for sale, if that's what you're asking. Nice to talk to you.
Virgile, je sais qui vous êtes et ce que vous voulez. Abandonnez cette voie avant que vos péchés nous condamnent tous à d'atroces souffrances. Charmant. Virgile, voulez-vous vraiment être responsable du péché qui nous anéantira tous? Calmez-vous enfin. Virgile, il ne vous voit peut-être pas, mais sachez ceci, je vous vois. Moi, je pense qu'il y a quelqu'un qui a une petite obsession envers lui, hein. Très saine éventuellement, évidemment, hein, comme obsession, visiblement. Très saine et très productive.
Whatever is in there, it has to be important.
Pourquoi j'ai un objectif sur Georgius exactement? J'ai quoi comme quête actuellement? Ah oui, ok.
I can't believe she's... The gods are...
Ok, bon je reviendrai dans une autre boucle parce que... visiblement... Je viendrai le voler après. Je pense que je vais faire ça, comme ça va me remettre l'autre en vie là. Le mythe de la règle d'or, par Durotas le Jeune. Comme il est de coutume de le faire, je commencerai par rendre hommage aux dieux veillant sur cette cité. Ils méritent notre admiration pour avoir assuré notre prospérité et notre isolement paisible de façon durable. Je dois ici faire une entorse à la coutume. En tentant de nous imposer des règles strictes, son attitude devient oppressante. Il va trop loin et mérite notre mépris. Qui ne s'est jamais réveillé en pleine nuit avec des sueurs froides, craignant une transgression accidentelle de la règle d'or? Mais nous devons accepter le fait que nous sommes tous capables de faire une erreur, que ce soit par un moment d'égarement ou un acte volontaire motivé par un mauvais raisonnement. Cependant, je suis persuadée que la grande menace, l'épée de Damoclès sous laquelle nous vivons, n'est rien de plus qu'une supercherie, et je vais vous le prouver. En commençant par écarter les contre-arguments. Tout d'abord, on pourrait argumenter que les inscriptions disant que la collectivité souffrira pour les péchés de l'individu prouvent que la règle d'or est tout ce qu'il y a de plus réel. Mais c'est une erreur de raisonnement car nous ne pouvons pas présumer que les auteurs en savaient plus que nous. Le fait que ce message ait été gravé ne le rend pas vrai pour autant, pas plus que si je gravais « Durotas le Jeune est un dieu ». Eh ben... Ensuite, nous pouvons prétendre que les statues de cet endroit sont la preuve de l'existence de la règle d'or. Inutile de me le rappeler, c'est moi qui les ai toutes découvertes à travers cette cité. C'est moi qui les ai récupérées et placées dans une charrette à bras avant de le transporter jusqu'à l'endroit même où elles se trouvent aujourd'hui. Je ne les oublierai pas de sitôt. Mais je me refuse à croire qu'elles étaient jadis de véritables personnes. D'ailleurs, rien ne le prouve. Quand on lit l'histoire de Vénus donnant vie à Galatée, la sculpture de Pygmalion, on ne s'imagine pas une seule seconde que c'est vrai. Pourquoi devrions-nous le croire pour ces statues? En définitive, ce ne sont que des querelles. Après des années à vivre dans la peur, il ne me reste plus qu'une façon de prouver que la règle d'or est un mensonge, je dois agir. Mes amis, je m'excuse d'avance pour ce qui suit, mais un jour vous considérerez cet instant comme un moment clé de l'histoire de notre cité. Découvrons une fois pour toutes si la règle d'or existe, pendant que je frappe l'un d'entre vous. Ah merde. Bah bravo Michel, t'as tué tout le monde. Il doit se sentir con un peu là. Pas la tête celle-là. Ça fait flipper elle. Attends, je vais voir ce truc qui brille là-bas avant de... Il y a encore des trucs où je peux grimper mais où je peux pas grimper. Ok.
Ulpius aime Scintilla, transformé en Ulpius, a tué Scintilla. Oh, c'est qui Ulpius? Il vit dans la villa de Malleolus, ouais, donc du coup... Mais la nuit elle est en train de tomber, putain, mais le jour il avance. C'est la merde. C'est bien, je vais pas tarder à crever ça. Je suis pas déjà allée ici, je suis perdue avec les souterrains, c'est pas clair. Mais si je suis déjà venue ici. Je crois. Par là, je suis perdue. Le seul truc que j'ai pas fait, c'est aller là-bas. Je crois. Oh, mais j'oublie un truc, ce qui est pas possible. Ah, il y a un assassin, c'est ça? Je vais clamser encore. J'ai pas très envie d'y aller, mais...
I can't believe she's dead. The god.
Oh là! On va aller voir Decius. Il est où Decius? Pas du tout par là, hein.
Salve.
C'est la fête?
Ah, back again, I see. I don't, I'm afraid. But I did overhear Fabia telling Georgius she saw something. But alas, it seems she's taken the details to the tomb with her. Very well. Another time.
Citizen.
On your best behavior, I trust?
Ouais, j'essaye en tout cas. Mais...
Fortune smile on you, sister.
Back again. Couldn't stay away, huh? Oh, let it go.
Je sais pas quoi lui dire, elle est jamais contente de quoi que je lui dise, donc...
All right, see ya.
On your best behavior, I trust?
Oui, bah écoutez, je vais tous vous tuer dans peu de temps, donc on va dire ça, ouais.
The 49 Beladies fetch again, with incessant labor, the water they have lost.
Je vais voler le truc avant que ça déclenche la... le vote, là. Il faut juste que je retrouve comment on va au forum.
Isn't the great temple majestic?
Ta gueule, j'ai pas le temps. Bon, on est prêt pour mourir encore une fois? Je sais même pas où faut aller par contre.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Pas par là, pas par là. Merde, c'est par où? Aïe là, je vais droit au mauvais endroit. Je sais jamais c'est par où là.
The golden statues.
Ouais, je sais. Excuse-moi, j'ai pas le temps. Merde, c'est où, putain? Ouch. Un jour, j'apprendrai le chemin. Oh, je vais crever. D'ici la fin, ça y est. Bon, moi, j'ai le remède machin truc, là. Ça me fera avancer sur une autre quête. Ça va remettre en vie Fabia. Et ça va... Moi, je reviens à la vie, je suis déjà quasiment dead. Pas très rassurant tout ça. Je vais attendre que ma vie remonte. Attends, mais d'abord... Oui, lui, mais je sais pas comment je le ferai, lui. Il y a un arc, on verra plus tard. Probablement quand je vais battre lui, vu qu'il avait un arc, je vais récupérer un arc. C'est pas marqué comme fait. En tout cas... Ah mais ça je l'avais gardé du coup. Je pouvais l'ouvrir son coffre du coup. Je crois. Je sais pas, on verra. Ok.
Salve, friend. Mind telling me who you are and why you look like you've just taken on a gladiator and lost?
Ah bon?
Oh, sounds serious. I'm listening. Poor guy. My uncle was a victim at rheumatism's altar, and he ended up killing himself. Alright, got it. I'll go, but once I'm done, I'll need you to tell me how you know all of this.
C'est bien, comme ça tout le monde va l'aimer parce qu'il va leur filer à tous des trucs. C'est parfait. Ok, alors moi j'ai dit que j'allais voir... J'allais voir qui déjà? J'ai déjà oublié. Faut que j'aille voir la boulangère qui est maintenant revenue à la vie. Ah oui, mais elle va encore vouloir aller me parler dans la...
Ixion turns.
Rien de nouveau à me dire, toi?
Just as the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world, so this place accepts all the souls. But it does not notice the crowds that come. You think you wish to know, but you do not. It is better for you if you remain ignorant. Pandora's box must stay closed. I'll say no more. The newly arrived are ignorant of the road before them.
Ah mais il y a des trucs qui peuvent s'ouvrir que quand je suis en mode fin du monde en fait. Parce que elle se réveille quand c'est la fin du monde. Ah ouais. Ah ouais non mais c'est chaud patate là. Je me souviens d'où venir et tout. Attends, je vais aller voir Aurélia. Essayer de la draguer et que ça marche. Peut-être.
Cerberus lifts his dribble head and lets out his threefold braying.
Livia, would you stop muttering like Medea over a cauldron? You'll scare away my customers.
They follow their trades, imitating their previous lives, but
wow, elle est riche, elle.
Ignorant.
This again. You're in a world of your own, aren't you?
Cher journal, c'est une journée à marquer d'une pierre blanche. J'ai gagné 1000 deniers en vendant une issue à une imbécile désespérée un vrai jeu d'enfant. Évidemment, ce n'était probablement pas ce qu'elle espérait, mais la ciguë reste une issue. Ah d'accord, ok. Ça lui apprendra à se moquer de ma coiffure. Et puisque ça n'a pas enfreint la règle d'or, il faudra que je réessaie à l'occasion. Bah, super, c'est une bonne personne, c'est Aurélia. Cela a de nouveau fonctionné, me voilà plus riche de quelques milliers de deniers grâce à Ulpius et sa volonté désespérée de s'enfuir. Bien sûr, il y a peu de choses que l'argent peut acheter ici, mais l'avoir sur moi me provoque un petit frisson, même si c'est temporaire. Cher journal, j'ai enfin trouvé une cause pour laquelle dépenser mon argent. Malleolus se porte candidat au poste de magistrat à l'élection de demain. Il a promis qu'en échange d'un tribut suffisant, je pourrais emménager dans la villa de Sentius une fois qu'elle sera libérée. Il n'a pas précisé comment il comptait s'y prendre, mais qu'importe, je vais faire mieux de m'assurer qu'il l'emporte. Putain, mais c'est tous des enfoirés en fait. Je suppose que le voler, ça peut servir plus tard pour montrer des preuves à quelqu'un, mais par contre, voler ça, ça doit être intéressant, parce que après, je suis riche et je peux très bien... Tu me diras, j'ai plus besoin d'argent, ouais, donc...
You stay away from my money. Oh, do us all a favor and drink hemlock, Caput Murder.
C'est à moi que tu parles? Mais j'ai rien fait.
Oh, do us all a favor and drink hemlock, Caput Murder.
Ah ouais. Elle est plus... ok. Bon. Je sais pas ce que j'ai fait, mais ok. Elle sait que j'ai lu son journal ou ça se passe comment? C'est bizarre. Je pense que c'est ça. Ah merde. Bon, bah une autre fois du coup. Elle est pas contente. Ok, ben je m'en vais, hein.
comme ça. Donc, je vais aller filer les trucs à la meuf. Ça amène où ça? Ah ça amène directement au... Ah, mais du coup je peux l'avoir en double si je veux. C'est marrant ça.
Hey, Virgil, how much would you want to make me a bow?
For the last time, Dacius, I'm not making you a bow.
But why?
You know why.
How am I going to defend myself against someone else with a weapon?
There are no other weapons in the city.
What the f...
We all went along with the magistrate's weapons ban, so it wouldn't be an issue.
That's why I've got to get in first before someone else beats me to it.
What are you doing in here? Can't you see this woman is dying? She's been poisoned. She needs the resin of a plant called Silphium, but that Culus cumulatus Decius won't give it to me. What? Quick, give it here. Yulia, you need to swallow this. Here, let me help you. Hopefully, in a moment, she should be able to breathe normally. That was extraordinary. How did you know she needed this exact thing? And at this exact moment? Are you some kind of oracle?
Je voyage dans le temps.
But how could you know she needed this exact medicine? And how did you even get it? I guess it doesn't matter. You just saved a person's life, and you should be proud of yourself. She might even be able to thank you herself in a few moments. And maybe she can tell us who poisoned her, and who she meant when she was muttering about that snake's cruel black eyes. In the meantime, I'm happy to help you with whatever it is you need. That's a shame. Thanks again for saving Yulia's life. Apollo smiles upon you.
Déjà debout, ouais putain.
Oh, it's you. Sorry, I'm still a bit out of it. But thanks for trying to help me, I suppose. Was there something you wanted? Lucretia says I'm supposed to rest. As much as I'm grateful that you tried to help me, it's just not safe for me to talk about it. Please, no more questions. The golden rule. That's the least of my worries. The gods may be cruel, but Malleolus and Claudia are far crueler. Please, just leave me alone. I don't want to talk about it.
Claudia, j'ai jamais vu encore, je crois.
Persistent as Nemesis, aren't you? I can tell you, but it's a long saga. All right. I'd been here about a week when it dawned on me I'd be trapped here for the rest of my life. I could hardly breathe, and I knew I had to get out somehow. So when my new friend Aurelia offered me a secret way out, I would have done anything. And then I learned her asking price. 1,000 denarii. She was supposed to be my friend.
I told her it would take me years to save up that much. So she suggested I take out a loan from Malleolus. And I did. I had to sign an agreement, saying I'd work off the debt over 30 years. But I figured I'd be out of here so soon it wouldn't matter. I paid Aurelia, and she gave me her so-called way out. Do you want to know what it was? You figured it out already. I wish I'd been so astute. Drink this, she said, and you'll be out of here in no time. Of course, I demanded my money back, but she refused. She pointed to a sign on her tavern saying, "Let the buyer beware." Then she just looked at me with those cruel black eyes and she laughed. She immediately told Malleolus I'd tried to escape without paying him back. Only, he didn't seem upset or surprised at all. In fact, he just thanked her. And that's when I realized the two of them had planned the whole thing from the beginning. That's what I said to the magistrate. I went to Sentius and begged for help, but he said the law was clear. I'd signed over my labor for 30 years and there was nothing he could do. I thought about resisting too. But Malleolus said if I didn't submit, I'd break the Golden Rule. And I couldn't be responsible for all those deaths, so he locked me in his villa. Confiscated everything I owned as collateral, and made me wear immodest, humiliating outfits while I worked day in, day out.
Charmant.
His wife, Claudia, was just as bad. She sent me to work on an endless stream of futile, demeaning tasks. I'd be on my hands and knees, scrubbing the floor clean for hours, only for her to pour slop on it and hiss, "You missed a spot." Those two took everything from me. But they forgot to confiscate one thing. My hemlock. I just wanted it to be over. But it seems I messed that up too. Should have drunk all of it. I brought it on myself. I trusted one of the most callous human beings I've ever met, and tried to swindle the other. I don't know how I could have been so stupid. When I've recovered, I expect their thug Domitius will come for me. He'll escort me back to their villa, and I'll be right back where I started. Only this time, I won't be able to lull myself to sleep at night with the thought of a permanent solution. Honestly, it would have been better if the poison had been allowed to run its course.
Je peux pas prendre sa place, ça m'arrangerait, moi, de pouvoir rentrer dans la villa.
I doubt it. It seems this is the fate the gods have chosen for me, for trying to escape. At least until someone breaks the Golden Rule. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad. A lot. But it doesn't matter. I made a suicide pact with Ulpius last night. He's in exactly the same position as I am. Malleolus and Aurelia set the same trap for him a month after they did it to me. He and I are in this together. He's probably already thrown himself from the bluff into Malleolus's villa by now. If so, I'd never be able to live with myself, knowing I broke my promise to him. I doubt you could make it up to the bluff in time. I don't know who you are, or why you seem so determined to help me, but thank you.
Ouais, il va falloir que je vole le journal d'Aurélia parce que je pense que je vais en avoir besoin un jour.
May Apollo keep you safe.
Ouais, ok. Alors, faut que j'aille là-haut.
Isn't the great temple majestic?
Si, mais comment on y va?
Hey, you're not thinking about going into the cistern, are you?
Non, je veux monter là-haut. Non, mais maintenant, si.
Contrary little cap at murder, aren't you?
Essaye R. Comment ça, R?
Nobody's told you about Hannibal? Ugh, why do I have to do everything round here? So, there was this guy called Hannibal, right? Funny accent. Used to go down into the cisterns looking for junk he could clean up and sell. One day, a few weeks back, he comes out and tells me the cisterns are haunted. Said he could hear spirits wailing. Of course, nobody believed him, because who trusts a Carthaginian, right? Anyway, a few days later, he goes back in. And hours go by, and he hasn't come back out, yeah? So I go down after him, and it's dark. But in the distance, I can just make out his body, sprawled out on the ground. And hunched over him was something that made my blood run cold. No word of a lie. I saw a creature. Like the corpse of a man who'd been flayed. And it was eating Hannibal. What any sane person would have done. I legged it out of there and put a sign at the door to warn the others. Without a weapon? Well, it's your funeral.
Genre, je peux y aller aussi? Ouais, non. Non. Une autre fois, peut-être. Du coup, tu m'as dit R. Non. X, je pense que c'est X. Ou pas. Parce que c'est censé faire en fait. Ah.
Isn't the great temple majestic?
Je vais aller là encore. Je vais m'en faire, mais n'essayez pas de me suivre, il n'en résultera rien du tout. C'est quoi le bruit qu'on entend là? Ah, ça c'est le... ok. l'échelle.
Salve, friend. I'm Octavia. Welcome to life under the Golden Rule. It's a ghastly thing, is it not? How are you faring so far? All right, well, it was lovely to meet you. I look forward to getting to know you better over the coming months. And if you ever...
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Non.
Oh no. No.
Non, 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 non.
No, no, no,
Putain,
no.
j'aurais pas dû parler à elle.
Ulpius, what are you doing? Get back from there. If you lose your balance, you'll fall.
That's the idea.
What? Why? Why would you want that?
Why do you think I'm stuck for the rest of my life working for a man who treats me like an animal?
I know things are hard for you right now. They're hard for all of us. We're all in this together, Ulpius. Please just think this through. If you do this, it could be the sin that seals all of our fates. Is that what you want?
I'm sorry, but I just don't care anymore.
Please, Ulpius. Help him. If he goes through with it, it could be the end for us all. I don't know what to do. I've never had to deal with this sort of thing. Please, you need to talk to him.
Je vais essayer. Merde, j'ai plus de souris. Allô la souris.
Thank you. And please, choose your words
Vous
carefully.
pouvez être sûr que je vais me planter et que il va se tuer. Hein.
Let me guess. You're going to lecture me on how suicide is a crime against the Empire.
Non.
I screwed up my life. That's what's wrong. I borrowed money, and when I couldn't pay it back, I wound up in debt bondage. I'll be stuck slaving away for that Culus Cumulatis Malleolus for the rest of my life. I'm out. Wherever you are, Scintilla, my love. I'm sorry.
Ulpius, no!
Non. Je sais pas s'ils me disent de faire des trucs, mais...
I can't believe you went through it. Oh Lord. That poor lamb.
Ah, c'est une chrétienne, elle. Était-ce de ma faute?
Well, I suppose it means suicide isn't a sin under the Golden Rule. So I guess that means whichever god is responsible for it. It isn't mine. That was not your fault. There's no way you could have given him what he wanted, moments after you arrived. I'll have to let everyone know what happened. And I guess Malleolus will have to clean up the mess in his villa. It's of his own making, after all. And I'd best pray for poor Ulpius.
Fuck. What? Il vient de me dire de sauter, là? Moi, je veux bien, hein, mais... Il ira au contraire.
Wow. Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to have been elected your magistrate. Yes, thank you. I'm delighted and deeply honored. Elected your magistrate. And now...
Amen.
And now, I make this solemn promise to you, good citizens. And now, I make this solemn promise to you. Under my leadership, you will kind of enjoy this stuff. And
Ça c'est leur chambre ça en gros. Eh ben. Est-ce que je le fais en mode ninja ou est-ce que je vais direct parler en mode salut? Rien à trouver là? Apparemment pas. Toujours la même, hein. Je vais visiter avant que je me fais virer de la maison. Je vais croiser quelqu'un. Il y a quelqu'un qui pleure. Bonjour. Je trouve une clé.
Thank you.
Moi,
Thank
je vais
you.
lui parler,
I
hein.
am delighted and deeply honored to have been elected your magistrate.
Bonjour.
Did you just leap into my villa from the balcony 100 feet above?
Absolument.
That was either extremely reckless or impressively clever. Well, why have you risked life and limb to see me? I'm Malleolus, and if it wasn't for this interruption, I'd be practicing my victory speech for the election later today. I'm glad you asked. I'll finally restore freedom to this city, just as I've been promising. These good people have suffered long enough under Sentius's tyranny. By declaring there's no such thing as the Golden Rule, it's a children's fable exploited by Sentius to frighten us into submission. Wait, don't tell me you've fallen victim to that monstrous lie? The person making a claim bears the onus of proving that claim. Can you do that? Can you prove the Golden Rule is real? Nonsense! There's no way you can prove that. If it was real and you'd seen someone break it, then you'd be dead already. You mean that book next to a golden statue in the theater? Tell me, how do you know that statue wasn't put there by Sentius himself? You can't know, can you? Surely, you're not one of those people who believes everything you read, as if a lie could be transformed into the truth by the simple act of writing it down? What? Oh, I see what's happening here. Another poor, vulnerable soul taken in by Sentius's machinations. He won't get away with this much longer. I disagree. I'll be guided by what is best for the city's people, and that means giving them the freedom to do as they wish. True, but that is simply because you are mistaken. I'm afraid not. We're stuck down here together, for better or worse. We're all going to have to make the best of it. You mean the children's fable exploited by Sentius to scare us all into doing what he wants?
D'accord.
Of course not. But as I always say,
Ah oui, il est charmant.
if Sentius
Ça.
can't protect his daughter, how can we trust him to protect this city?
Ah, mais c'est lui qui fait dire ça à tout le monde.
Look, if you're trying to find her, you may wish to check the cisterns beneath this villa. Domitius says he saw a body there some weeks back. Of course, just to be clear, I take no responsibility for what happens to you down there. Are you insane? You barge into my villa uninvited and then make outrageous demands? Why would I withdraw from an election I'm bound to win?
Sinon je vous tuerai.
Don't talk nonsense. There's no such thing as the golden rule.
Le truc c'est que je sais pas s'il est persuadé, vraiment persuadé que ça n'existe pas, ou si c'est juste il tient ce rôle parce que il est plus ambitieux que ça, que raisonnable. Ça se trouve il est persuadé dur comme fer que ça existe vraiment pas, et il se rend pas compte en fait.
How could you possibly know that?
Je connais tous vos secrets.
Nonsense! This is nonsense! I don't know how you know about my plans, but I'm absolutely sure Sentius is involved somehow. And now, I'm going to enjoy watching Domitius kill him even more. Now, get out of here! You outstayed your very limited welcome. Get out of my villa before I...
Quand tu permets, je me promène un peu avant de partir, hein, on sait jamais au cas où il y a des trucs intéressants.
Still here?
Ouais, je suis... Ouais, exactement, je suis toujours là, je fais un petit tour. Don't worry about me. Ça, c'est le corps du mec qui s'est suicidé, parce qu'il a l'air vachement décomposé pour un corps de quelqu'un qui vient de se suicider. Ou alors, c'est un truc qui est là depuis super longtemps. C'est très probable, en fait. Je peux pas l'examiner, donc... Bah du coup, ouais, il y a une porte là-haut, mais c'est verrouillé, donc tant pis. On sort d'ici. Moi, je veux bien sortir, mais je fais comment, Michel?
Get out of my villa before I have to meet...
Mais ils sont mignons, eux, mais la seule porte, elle est verrouillée. Je veux que je fasse comment pour sortir? Je m'envole? J'ai coupé un truc ou... C'est peut-être bien la porte de sortie en bas. On sort d'ici.
Still here?
Bah ouais, toujours là, ouais, effectivement. Ouais, tant que j'ai pas trouvé la sortie. Normalement, il te dit il y a une clé sous un vase à côté de la porte. Vu que tu l'as énervé, il t'a pas dit bah ouais, mais bon. Du coup, je dois pas être la seule à jouer à ce jeu et à énerver le mec, non? Voilà. Moi, je suis censée.
Still here?
Ouais. Peut-être que si j'attends suffisamment longtemps, il y a son garde qui vient me sortir. Ah bah il y avait la clé là. Ah mais attends, peut-être ça ouvre la porte du haut du coup. Mec, tant que tu m'as pas foutu dehors. Hein.
I'm not supposed to be in here.
Pardon. Je sais. Où cachez-vous, bien précieux quoi?
Talk. What business could you possibly have with me? My marital affairs are no concern of yours. Thank you very much. I think a better question is, why am I being interrogated by a stranger who just barged into my villa? I have quite enough marriage trouble already, without having to explain to my husband why I'm receiving strange women in private. Preferably the way you came in, by which I mean, please leave. I think it's about to be broken if you don't hurry up and leave. The dainty little thing from next door. Of course not. As much as I despise her father, I would never lay a finger on that poor, sweet child. Well, I've had quite enough of this. Domitius, come quickly. We're being robbed.
Ah. Attends, reparle-moi s'il te plaît.
Do I need to call Domitius?
D'accord. Non, ça va, ça va. Écoute, pendant que je suis là, hein. Est-ce que je me ferais pas des thunes? Est-ce qu'il y a des trucs intéressants que je peux récupérer avant de partir? Est-ce que j'ai besoin de faire un... Le problème c'est que si je fais ça, pour réussir à me barrer, il va falloir que je trouve le chemin déjà. Est-ce que j'ai vraiment envie de faire ça? Le problème c'est qu'il faudra que je revienne là si je veux lui revoler son argent. Je pars avec la clé, hein? Vous m'en voulez pas? Ok, je pense que je vais m'arrêter là parce que je vais bientôt manger et puis voilà, juste refaire un tour des quêtes en cours là. Alors, donc ça, comment je peux résoudre ça? Il faudrait que je vole le journal d'Aurélia. Peut-être que ça pourrait m'aider. Ça, j'ai toujours pas... Je sais pas, ça va avec, je pense. Ça, bah, on est en train de travailler dessus. Donc pour l'instant, voilà. Et lui, il va falloir que je reset le truc parce que lui, il va falloir que je l'interroge avant qu'il se suicide. Ça, il faudra que je cherche. Oui. Ok. Ouais, bah... Par contre... Attends, juste profiter de pas être en froid avec elle cette fois-ci pour aller parler à la fille. Ave César. Putain, mais lui, il se TP, c'est un truc de ouf. Yeah. Salut Micheline.
Oh, I wish Horatius would stop letting barbarians in here. What do you want? You know, some people say it's the creation of an all-seeing god who's watching everything we do. But what kind of an awful, incompetent god would let my sister go missing on his or her watch? Did you hear that? Curse you, you coward! Where is my sister? What do you have to say for yourself? No response. Nothing. That's what I thought. I'm telling you, This mysterious god of ours has to be asleep on the job. Either that, or, like people are saying, it really is just a children's fable my father is exploiting to frighten us into behaving. Oh, and I suppose I'll just have to take the word of a know-nothing barbarian who just arrived, will I?
Quelle connasse!
I trust you can see yourself out.
Ouais, t'inquiète. Ok, bah écoutez, je vais m'arrêter là. Comment on sauvegarde? Sauvegarder la partie, bah voilà. C'est voilà. Bon bah voilà. Voilou. J'ai bien avancé, ouais. J'ai bien avancé. J'ai l'impression que il me reste 30 000 trucs à faire, mais bon. Bon, je pense que ça sert à rien que je cherche un raid. Tu dois être tout seul sur le chat, donc ça n'a pas grand intérêt d'envoyer des gens ailleurs. Je t'épingue. Merci à ceux qui sont venus, merci à ceux qui sont restés, merci aux viewers de l'ombre, et puis bah merci pour les follow que j'ai vus. Je pourrais pas continuer tout de suite parce que je vais pas être chez moi une partie de la semaine prochaine, donc je verrai au mieux mercredi soir, sinon éventuellement jeudi soir, mais pas avant. Walou, je vous fais des bisous, et puis bah, je vous dis à la prochaine. Ciao ciao.